Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Do you wanna take a life? Do you wanna cross that line? Because it's a long way back from hell.
I learned a long time ago that there's no sense getting all riled up every time a bunch of idiots give you a hard time. In the end, the universe tends to unfold as it should. Plus, I have a really large penis. That keeps me happy.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
God darn it, Mr. Lamar. You use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore.
Here they come and the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. I apologize because I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights. If you're still not offended tonight, oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Rest assured that the chances are high. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights. Time has come, they are finally here. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. We're not affiliated, just so we're clear. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights, organized. It's Friday Night Tights. Sweet Mother Mary, turn on the oil you got real. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night
Gotta get a little more centered there. Hello, everybody. I should have checked my audio before I started, but we're going to do it right now. And of course, it's low. There we go. That's why I check it. I hate Windows 11, but I hate Macs more. So, hi, everybody. Welcome to an early Nerdrotic noon. I thought I'd start early because I had to go to the dentist this morning. I was just up and ready to go. Anyway, so let's effing go. It's noon. It's not noon anywhere. Maybe somewhere in the Atlantic, maybe, but it'll eventually be noon. How's it going, Carbon 13? Abigor, Can't Control Life, Roger of Borg, John Doe, Wit G, Horny Alf, Lady Aaron Deaner Wrench, my lady, Nappers, Con, Spitwad, Ass Chabs, okay, Primal Mike, White Chocolate, Travis Stewart, Bob the Lobster, 15 Hertz 205, Dr. Dave, and X-Ray Girl. Hi, X-Ray Girl. I just talked to you. John Puma. John Puma. What did he let you know? Vor Axelon. I was talking to X-Ray Girl there. And Nicholas Paluso. Welcome to the Nerdrotic Dooner. Do we have stuff to talk about today? What a crazy weekend. Tron, which wasn't ever really going to do, even if the movie was good, it was not going to do very well. Let's be real. Let's be real about that. Maybe I think well, I'll get into it. We're going to talk about Tron flopping and the possibility of its success. Even let's just say it was good, which it's not. Which it is not. If some people enjoyed it because it's got 9-inch nails and the visuals are cool, that's fine. I'll just give you one thing. You know, when the Matrix started sucking, when they didn't go into the Matrix, that's one hint. And you know what else is a problem? When your movie's called Tron and it doesn't have Tron in it. So there's that. And then, of course, that fucking Star Trek Academy trailer. Holy shit. Good God. They got, okay. I'm not saying the show would have been good, but Star Trek Legacy was a better idea. It actually had momentum from Star Trek Picard season 3 that not everybody loved because they just hate Kurtzman, and I get that. I understand it and I respect it. But admittedly, they had momentum from Star Trek Picard season 3, and instead of going ahead with Star Trek Legacy, which would have been a good idea, it was sacrificed for the show we're going to cover in a little bit. And I'll give you a little behind the scenes on what happened with Legacy. I'll give you a little gossipy gossip what happened behind, because I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. And I'll tell you exactly what happened. it's Kurtzman's a piece of shit. And then there's James Gunn. And I have to admit, I've gotten a little joy, a little Schadenfreude out of the meltdown resulting from the Peacemaker season 2 finale. And Mahler and I have been discussing this, but we discussed it on the Real BBC with Az too, and we just said, we'll let time work this one out. We'll just, you know, if you like Superman, that's fine. But if we want to talk about overall success of a cinematic franchise that you're setting it up, this isn't a success, and time will reveal all eventually. It will. It just does. Didn't think it would be this fast, but here we are. Here we are. Now there's rumors of Gunn being gone. I don't know about all that, but we'll talk about it. Why not? Why not? Why the hell not? And, you know, in IRL stuff, President Trump just went over to Israel. Our buddy Jeremy, I wasn't awake, was streaming at 3:00 in the morning. God bless him. Covering the peace deal, which is got the hostages have been the remaining living hostages, and I think some bodies have been returned. That's great. That's fucking fantastic. Where we go from here, don't know. I know jack shit about that region and the socio-political aspects of Palestine and Israel, and I know it's been going on for thousands of years, and I'm a nerd surrounded by a bunch of my plastic pals, and I'm the last guy on earth you should be asking anything about it, which you wouldn't, of course, because you know but my policy has always been America first, stay out of wars, mind our own fucking business, let other people work it out. If they don't want to work it out, that's their problem, not mine, not my sons, not my, well, you know, eventually grandkids, not generations. It's not our problem. And it isn't our job to solve the world's problems. Does it sound a little bit cold-hearted? I'm just being pragmatic. That's all I'm being. Hail chat. I am okay, Lady Aaron D, that is true. I am an expert on Africa. I am. But like sub-Saharan, we're mainly talking. But hey, as an expert on Africa, Lady Aaron D, I'm going to go there for the first time in my life in a month. I'll be there. And I'll see if they was kings. I'll get confirmation, Lady Aaron D. I will get confirmation if they was kings. I am not an expert on anything except for Africa. Oh my God. So yeah, then we got some squaring up from Friday, of course. But I was really looking forward to this show. I actually almost went live Saturday night to review that trailer. I even told Perry, I'm like, I might do it. And then I promptly fell asleep. Because I didn't have my old man nap. So we're gonna cover the Star Trek Academy trailer today. God, I almost wish I could invite Az on to react with me. If he's out there and awake, he's welcome to come on. Just for that segment. He doesn't have to commit himself to the entire stream. That's screw Az. Well, I mean, Chat's mom does. Or it gets screwed. Well, I guess you never know. I don't delve into their relationship. Az was up playing. Yeah, Az was probably up all night playing Battlefield 7 or whatever it is. Battlefield 6. What was the one that was? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of another one. Isn't it Battlefield 5? Hang on. Battlefield. Yeah, wasn't that the one with the Wasn't that the one with the chick on the cover and she had a fake leg and everybody was like pissed off. So has Battlefield franchise turned itself around, or is it Black Ops? I don't know. Yeah, was it Battlefield 5 was woke? I remember Az and Jeremy making tons of videos about it, and wasn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they do an inversion of some kind of raid on a Nazi camp, and they made it like all women or something like that? Am I remembering that correctly? I'm going completely off of videos I watched like 3 years ago. It was Battlefield 5. Az just finished streaming Battlefield 6 a little while ago. He's probably going to sleep then. He's probably going to sleep. When our buddy Az and Jeremy are neurodivergent as fuck. They are Tylenol Americans. Let's just be real about that. So one thing you'll notice about Az and Jeremy is when they love something, they will just love it to death. When they get into something, ain't no pulling them back. The Tylenol kicks in and there's no restraint at all. At all. There's no pacing yourself. It's a good thing. Az stop drink. Jeremy and Az don't drink. It really is. It's a good thing. Or do drugs. It's a good thing they're sober. Do we thank the Saudis for Battlefield 6? I don't know. Maybe. Absolutely. They're a bit obsessive. Lady Aaron D says they're a bit obsessive, but we love them for it. And I'm going to say, if you want to find a commonality between every single YouTuber and content creator alive, that is it. They're a bit obsessive. I'm not throwing stones in glass houses. I am fully aware of the wall behind me. And I'll show you guys. You want to see the entire room? So, okay. So I did 2 videos. I did a quick one and somebody's like, could you do one that's slower? So I did one a little, oh, this one's got music. So I'll have to turn down the music, but, here, I'll whip it out. But yes, the commonality between, oh, what's up, brother? Look at this. You want to talk about obsessive? Here's one right here. This is a Tylenol American. Michael Collins, Wandering Wolf. I do you stay home for more than 4 days, bro? Do you? Every time I look, X-Ray Girl's going to back me up on this. I'm like, oh, he's in Cambodia. Oh,
yeah, completely.
Oh yeah, don't hit play. I want to talk over this. Stop it for a second. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. We'll get there. Wandering Wolf. Okay. Michael Collins is awesome. Give him a sub. This is my friend. We're not friends or fwens. We're friends with the D. So I can talk shit about him. He knows that. This motherfucker, every time I'm looking at his social medias, he's like in Cambodia or in the middle of the jungle or the Amazon or Peru for the 70th time or Egypt or getting in trouble in Turkey. Yeah. So that whole thing with Jimmy Corsetti and the trees and Göbekli Tepe and how they're destroying Göbekli Tepe. Yeah, that was Michael. Sure, you can. You're welcome anytime, Michael. So yeah, Michael and Jimmy caused so much trouble that a Turkey trip had to be canceled, and they're not sure if they're allowed in the country anymore. Respect. Absolute respect. Okay, so yes, content creators all have some form of retardation. I'm not going to say neurodivergence or special needs or even Tylenol American. I'm going to say bona fide retardation, and that is me included. Oh, you have us. See, he's been banned from Turkey. He's been banned. Respect. It's crazy how easily you can get banned from countries. So I don't know if you're familiar with the Grand Tour. Go look at how many countries they're especially Jeremy Clarkson's banned from for just talking shit, right? Michael Savage is banned from the UK. Noon says it's based. Noons is based. All right, so yes, we're all a bit obsessive about something, right? So here. Okay, you can hit play now, but just keep the music down. Hang on, yeah. No, keep the music down. There you go. So this is the whole room. So as you walked in, you got go all the way back. Go. No, you got the music played again. What are you doing? You want me? You know what? Let me do this. Let me do this. It's okay. I can do this. Hang on. It really just wants to play that music automatically. I see what your problem was right there. All right. So I did a quick walkthrough. I've been promising to do a tour forever, and we'll do a proper tour someday of the room. We will. Well, I'll give you like a little, like, hey, these figures came from here. I could say that most of them, most still are from the Comic Outpost days. So they're from my store. They're left over from my store. I'd say 2/3. 2/3 are left over from the store. It's also a collection that's been building up for we'll be reasonable about this, like 35 years. Because I had a collection before I went, like not much survived my trip to prison. Some Star Wars figures and some comics, like probably like 2 boxes, 2 long boxes of comics survived. amazingly enough, I still have the first comic I ever bought. So when I show it off, sometimes it's a Marvel Team Up 42. That is the comic. I never got this through all my drugness and everything. I fucking hung on to that. There's things I hung on to, but not much. So here is a slower walk through the room. You can there on the left, you can see the YouTube plaques, which are now tiny. Sorry you guys all had to get shrinkage with your YouTube plaques. That is a decal on my door. It's bigger on the inside. Yes, that is a Spider-Man 2 banner with the reflection of the two towers, the twin towers in his eye. RIP. Never forget. Hashtag never forget. Yeah, so that's the area you're seeing behind me right now. But then we go to the Lord of the Rings section. I'm put these in air quotes because there's no real sections. A bunch of Daleks on the floor right there. This is my little case that you can hear. Oh, don't do that. That'll knock shit down. That's got some nice stuff in it, including 2 1/6 scale Ghost Rider motorcycles. What's up? I'm streaming. Bring it up. Thanks. Sorry, they just telling me breakfast. Here, let's rewind that a little bit. Let's rewind. Where was I? All right, so we're going around the desk here. There's the Lord of the Rings. Yes, I have 2 monitors playing pretty much Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter all the time. No, so right there, you can see the Ghost Rider 1/6 scale motorcycle from the first movie, but there's 2 versions, right? There's the yellow orange flame one, and there's the blue flame one, which you know what a blue flame is, guys. It's methane. It's farts. But yes, they made an alternate one. It's not officially licensed, but I got that. So both of them are in there. Yeah, there's a River Phoenix Indiana Jones. This is every Osmus 1/6 scale they've ever made. I own it. Every variation, everything. Yes, I do have 9 Nazguls. That is the Snyder Batmobile. That is the Superman section. That's a big Captain America shield. Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you, son. Tell mom thanks for making me breakfast. Oh, look. So, okay. That wasn't like as sexy. I probably should have. I don't know. I didn't show my desk really, and I will next time. I just didn't think about it. So yeah, that's the Superman section right there. Another thing I hung on to, you see in the top right there, Falcon. That is my Falcon Mego that I got when I was 7. So that's the only Mego I've hung on to. Was the Black Man. So there we go. And yeah, so now there's the 1966 Batmobile from Hot Toys, which is just sexy. On the bottom left, you can see Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom figure, which are fucking hard to find. I have to say my favorite Hot Toy is still probably Hulkbuster Iron Man. It's great. So here, I was really trying to avoid showing my cord. My cord game is fucking embarrassing for like my computers because they're under my desk, right? So I couldn't show the Meta PC because right now my cords look like Helen Keller put them together. It's fucking embarrassing. And I would get laughed off the internet if they were shown. There's the Angel puppet. I got a couple of those. Of course, the Tom Baker scarf. This hat rack is a replica of one of the hat racks that's on the TARDIS. Yes. And then, of course, there's the big old Superman. That's not the exact one, but that's the one that used to be in my store. And this is a life-size Spider-Man. That's the entryway. You see right there, you see that Spider-Man head? It's 40 years of Spider-Man. That is the CD-ROM that Marvel, in their infinite wisdom, put out. And it's basically, I'm pretty sure it's, Spider-Man 1 through 500. 1 through 500 on a CD-ROM, PDF, fully downloadable. So anybody bitching about pirated Amazing Spider-Man comics, it's because Marvel licensed a CD-ROM that you could literally print comics from. And for a minute, it's not worth, for a minute, it was like 10 years ago. For a minute, that thing was worth $500. It was hard to find. It was worth, now it's, I think you can get it for 40 or 50, because nobody has a CD-ROM player. But yeah, this is a little corner. You can see all the plushies on the bottom, our little plushie pals, and a Texas flag. Damn straight. Damn straight. There's a little Batman section, but also, I'll explain it when I'm done, like the method to my madness. But yeah, that's all basically the Snyder Batman, and then comic book Batman stuff, 1/6 scale and Sideshow. And then we got my little Harry Potter, but it's also next to V for Vendetta and Hellboy. And then we got Star Trek on the bottom, which I've been really trying to avoid because Star Trek, now they make 1/6 scales for all of them, and it will make me broke. And I don't have fucking room. I don't have room. So on the bottom right here, you see trade paperbacks. That's a little light up sign that my comic shop had when I bought Watchmen and The Dark Knight for the first time. The local comic shop here had one, and they wouldn't sell it. So comic shop owners, if there's any of you left, never, ever, 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 ever put stuff on your floor that's not for sale. Customers don't like it. And I could say that because I'm a customer and I'll see something I want that it's not for sale. Then why is it out on the fucking floor? So what you do is, your solution to that problem, comic shop owner, is put a price on it that you are willing to sell it for. And it could be ridiculous. It could be absolutely, so my life-size Superman, I wouldn't have got rid of it for anything less than 10 grand. So I put a $10,000 price tag on it. But that way it doesn't piss off the customer. Not for sale shit on the sales floor of any store is fucking gay. Don't do it. Put a price on it. Just make the price ridiculous, but put a price on it. So I offered this guy a lot of money for his, like a lot. And he said, no. Then I find it on eBay for a lot less, buy it. Then he calls me a week later. He says he's willing to do it. I'm all, nope. I already got it, buddy. That's why. You don't want to risk pissing off your customers. Oh, just a huge pet peeve of mine. This shit is not for sale. You can see all my swords. So we got a couple of A Song of Ice and Fire. We got like Dark Sister and Longclaw. But then the rest are Lord of the Rings. So yeah, we move back here. I'm on this way longer than I expected to. Sorry. And there. That's it. That's it. So the method to the madness here. Mark Miller tweeted and said, "You have just done a 3D representation of what's in my head." And basically, that's what this is. This is an artistic representation of everything I love in the exact order it is in my head. But in reality, I wasn't going to make like sections. I basically put stuff up as it came out of the bin. And I tried to group things as much as possible. But if any of you out there, probably none of you are left, but went to my store, this is how my store was set up. And it's deliberate. You alphabetize comics and you put them in sections. That's great. But when it comes to toys and vintage stuff and neat stuff, what you want to do is engage your customer and have them there as long as possible. And the best way to do that is to not put stuff in order. See, method to madness. And my whole goal for my store was, anybody who ever made a trip to my store, I respect. Somebody got in their car. Somebody got into a train. Somebody walked. Somebody drove across the bay, cross bridges to come to my store. They deserve fucking respect, and they deserve a store worth the trip. So my whole goal, and it took me time to do this because I didn't have like a huge collection when I started the store, was make it worth the trip. Make that person remember my store whether they buy something or not. And when people started walking in the store and gasping, I'm like, I'm there. That's exactly what I wanted. I'm there. And then people were bringing their relatives over, and then people would bring their kids in, and eventually we did birthday parties. And they didn't buy everything, buy something every time, but they came in and they're like, whoa. So on the lower half, I had a bunch of toys, and I had really high ceilings. I had like 15-foot ceilings. So on the upper part, I used to do full comic runs. So if an Avengers movie was out, I would put Avengers 1 through 400 all around the store in order. Amazing Spider-Man 1 through 400 is generally all that fit. All the way across the store. Uncanny X-Men 1 through 400 all across the store. Daredevil all across. Like anytime there was a movie out, I themed it. And yes, it was a complete pain in the ass to get on the ladder and hang these comic books up that all belong to me. And by the way, they were all for sale. They were all for sale. And yes, I did sell a lot of my own collection off the wall and just replaced them. Just replaced them. It made it fun. For one, if you own a comic shop, there are very long periods of time where nobody walks in your store, especially during the week. So I, instead of fucking around and playing City of Heroes, I decided I'm going to start just, for lack of a better term, tweaking on my store. And I did. Comics is not, it's a business. Somebody said it's a hard business. It's also one of the greatest, right? So you have to deal with Diamond, which was the worst thing to deal with. And honestly, it was also easy. I mean, because they were the only place to go. But what's the hardest thing about the comic book store? We're just keeping everything in order. But I that wasn't hard. Like going through and alphabetizing the comics and inventorying them, I fucking loved it. I did it all the time. I did it obsessively because I get to look at comics all day. I guess the hardest part is keeping up with everything and reading comics you're just not fucking interested in at all. I don't love every comic book. I don't. I like a lot. Like a hell of a lot. But I'll be real. A lot of the smaller publishers, some of the indie stuff was just shit. It was just shit. But like even when it was shit though, you could sometimes recognize like this is shit now, but this person's going to get better. So I'm going to support this person, and of course I'm not going to say it's shit to them, but it was. And because you want to be nice and you also want to be encouraging. But I also wouldn't tell them, wow, this is the greatest thing ever made and lie to them. I wouldn't do that either. I'd be all, it's solid. But yeah, not a lot hard about it. I made it hard when I relapsed. I made life very hard, but you don't make a lot of money. That's it. There's a couple years I did pretty good. Most years basically broke even. I was able to pay my bills. Could I have lived in San Francisco just off my comic shop without being married to my wife? Oh, fuck no. Hell no. Oh God, no. Our mortgage was ridiculous. And it was considered good. All right. Enough of that stuff. That's the room. That's the room. God damn, think it real quick. So I used to stream from this little room in San Francisco. If you guys have been around for a long time, you remember it. had kind of a teal wall because it was a baby room, right? And during one stream, my next door neighbor got home invaded. There, I don't think 2 weeks didn't go by where I didn't hear gunshots, multiple gunshots. Police chases up my street, hookers in my front yard, and I wasn't even in a bad area. Like I was in a very mid area. I was hood adjacent. We were hood adjacent. We were right next to the Excelsior. So if you know San Francisco at all, Excelsior, like not as bad as Hunter's Point, but not good. But not good. I was in the Crocker Amazon. I was just thinking about that the other day. I'm like, it's been 3 years since I've heard a gunshot. I don't even hear sirens. Like once in a blue moon in San Francisco, you hear sirens every 5 minutes. And if it's a holiday, it's all the time. It depends on the distance, but it is constant. I don't hear any of that shit anymore. It's great. Fuck San Francisco. Fuck San Francisco. This one's for X-Ray Girl. Not sure what kind of yarn you're into, but Yarn Matter has a new line of K-pop Demon Hunter inspired colorways. She's a dyer based in Texas. So gay colors, basically. I'm just kidding. A lot of you guys, mostly girls, like K-pop Demon Hunters, and bless you for it. What G became a YouTube member? Welcome. Welcome. Yamada and Seven Witches for 40 yen says, is Batman Death in the Family? Death of the Family by Scott Snyder good? Scott Snyder, I am hit and miss on. I thought you were talking about Death in the Family's classic. Yeah, that came out in 2012. Yeah, it's worth getting. I'm not going to say it's. I was like, when did that come out? I would say get it at like half price books or something like that. To be fair, Tron being an Aries means you'd have to pay Bruce Boxleitner $12 and pretend you don't hate him because of his politics over my dead movie. Well, I mean, I'm not going to hate every actor for their politics. Bruce Boxleitner, I haven't seen him being especially obnoxious, but I assume they're all lefties, and they pretty much are. But see, the thing is, Brendan, like I get along with a bunch of lefties. I get along with Robert Meyer Burnett just fine. It's because where Robert gets crazy on a lot of stuff, right? But he generally tries not to go after people like the if you want to go after Trump, I don't care. I don't give a shit if people want to go after his Trump policy. I don't care if the people I don't care. It's when they go after the people who voted for him. Fuck you on that shit. Fuck you on that shit. Because then you're not seeing America for what it is, right? I just watched a PBD podcast right before I started here, and Adam Carolla trying to like slither his way out of, and I like Adam a lot. Love his takes on California. But PBD, they were asking about Jimmy Kimmel, and he wouldn't talk shit about Jimmy Kimmel. And I understand why. I do. Jimmy Kimmel gave him his career. He did. And he's got a sense of loyalty, and that you have to respect. But knowing what I know about Adam Carolla, who again, I like a lot, but he's, I just heard from a very good friend of mine, he's all business. He's all business. And I think when you're in the political theater, and the sad reality is most of it's all business. If you're in the political theater and you feel passionate about something enough to where Fuck business. I mean, we're seeing that on with Hassan, and people are. We'll get to that. We'll talk about Hassan a little bit. But it's all like when it comes to things like right and wrong, like COVID. COVID was wrong. The government response to COVID was wrong. Was absolutely wrong. 100% wrong. Worst thing I've seen in my lifetime. Wrong. What the American what our governments did to the American people. And Adam was on the right side of that, but to then come out and say, well, Jimmy's just as like this good guy. It's like, and he tried to explain away. He's got some plausible deniability what he said about Charlie Kirk, and no, he doesn't, because that passed through 11 writers, editors, story editors, and Jimmy before that even gets read. And believe me, he read it. So no. So I listen, I get backing your friend, but he ain't never going to call out Jimmy Kimmel. Ever. But Bruce Boxleitner, I don't know. Maybe I missed it though, Brendan. And he probably would have taken $12 to be in Tron Ares. But as I said in my review, you want to explore the mythology of this world? Fine. Except all they did was made an inversion, as Disparu said, and he's 100% right, an inversion of Legacy with diverse characters and Jared Leto. And it goes down to if we're going to have a white male lead, and I'm putting that in air quotes, we need to balance that out with a lot of diversity. Now, nobody was gay that we know of. Pretty sure Eve Kim was gay coded. Pretty sure. But that doesn't matter. There's not overt messaging in the script itself. It's the positioning of all the girl bosses, which is, it's just obvious at this point when you can call it out. And that ending, Brendan, made me angry. And the clip is in my video. But that clip should be taken out and used as context for this entire fucking era. Right? I heard, I was listening to Happy Canadian Thanksgiving, by the way. Looking forward to that book of yours shipping out. Yes, soon. So I was listening to Red Letter Media, and I had to stop. I went back, but I had to stop when it wasn't Rich. It was, what's his name? Said Tron Legacy is what started all this soulless reboot shit. And while part of that argument is kind of true, but if he was saying that it's responsible for what we've gotten this year. This year is something completely different. Tron Legacy brought in a direct, he said it's Tron Legacy is what brought on The Force Awakens. Wrong. Fucking wrong. Because in Tron Legacy, it's his son. It's his direct son, male son. Rey Skywalker has no relation to Luke Skywalker. She is a descendant of the villain. A decision they didn't make until halfway through filming the third movie in the trilogy, by the way. Not a planned decision. So stop. The era we're in now is worse because now we're remaking remakes. We're retreading stories that have been done before. And the only difference is, well, let's just remake it, except this time with a woman, this time with a diverse woman, this time with the gay black man. That's all it is. That's how much effort's putting in. That's everything this fucking movie represents. So that last shot, one of the last shots, is when Eve Kim is on the roof of MCON, and it's all the orange trees, and she walks out and she goes, she's got like a card in her hand, and she walks out and goes, I did it better than the dude because all they had to do was remove all my obstacles and accountability. That fucking pissed me off so much, and it's indicative. It really encapsulates everything wrong with this era. Is that bitch walking out and taking over the Flynn's company, doing nothing, doing absolutely fucking nothing to get it. God. I fucking hate that movie so much. I wasn't even going to review it, guys. I was like, this is probably going to be one of those 5 out of 10s, and I'll walk out of it going, oh, the light cycles look cool. That's kind of a cool soundtrack. But it's like, it falls under there's parameters for how I review. So it has to be good or really fucking bad. Or bad because of the message, or bad because of something like obvious that I can pull out and mock the shit out of, and maybe I can learn something out of. You know, this passed the test when I wanted to walk out in the first minute when the way they got rid of Sam Flynn, the way they did it was unbelievable. It was just like he left for personal reasons, and here are the diverse women to take over income. It's like, fuck off. And then they do nothing with the characters. So, okay, win me over with these characters. Gillian Anderson tried. She's the only person who fucking tried in this movie because she's a legend, a living legend, and she's a really good actress. But yeah, it's pretty fucking terrible, and there's no Tron in it. I already did that one. Tron Arse reminds me of the Mad Max movie I also skipped. Yes, there is you know, they could have said Ares from the world of Tron, like they did Ballerina from the world of John Wick, or Furiosa from the world of or a Mad Max saga. And people aren't interested in those movies at all. I would still argue that Ballerina and Furiosa they're okay movies. They're okay movies. They are. But nobody wants to see them. Nobody cares. And I completely understand why they flopped. Noons for $184.99 Arab Emirate dollars. Hail Gary, hail chat. Egypt, baby, not long. God damn, I'm so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait either. I can skip the plane flight. Won't be fun. Noons. But yeah. Brendan Lucas for $5. And thank you, Noons. I can't wait to meet you. It'll be cool. Watching Rick Berman and Brandon Braga get interviewed on the D-Con podcast after the Academy trailer was just sad. The sheer work those two did. I haven't seen it. So were they trying to be nice going, it looks really, really good? It looked really good. I guess we'll do that trailer in just a sec. What makes a comic book cover good or bad? And does that same apply for movie posters? Filthy Communist for $4.99. Does it apply for movie posters? I would say yes. You can put it to book covers too. You are trying to draw the reader into your book, and your cover has to do pretty much all of the heavy lifting. Yes, people judge books by their covers. They do, and they should. Because I'm an old fart, I really am down with the day where the art, at least on the cover, reflected the art in the interior. And I prefer dynamic covers. And while not every cover was perfect in the Bronze era and the 80s and on, they were orders of magnitude better than what we get today. Once, we'll get an Alex Ross cover, but then you open the book and it's fucking CalArt shit in there. But posters, book covers, and comic book covers all suck now. They're all worse than they were before. Even those miniature those manga like books they're putting out that are selling pretty well for Watchmen or whatever that DC's doing is basic bitch. Look, there's nothing dynamic about it. Look at the Superman poster. That was like an effort to do something better, but then they fail completely when they just put Superman in a regular type instead of using his logo. And I bitch about Spider-Man too. Spider-Man should use the Spider-Man logo from the comic books. It's great. So what makes a good comic book cover? What makes a good book cover? What makes a good movie poster? Being dynamic. That's what makes it good. Don't be fooled. Lower Decks is still trash. Yes, it is, Doge. I didn't like Lower Decks. I don't like any Kurtzman Trek other than Picard Season 3. I watched a reaction to a movie called Slither earlier today and was kind of like from 2006, written, directed by James Gunn. Yes, I like the movie. But you know what? His freaking wife was in that too. What is she? That was before they were married. Maybe that's where they met. Maybe that's where they met. Yes, the Nooner is way early today. Thank you, Alex, for $2. Primal Mike for 10 says, would you rather watch Kurtzman Trek, not including Picard Season 3, since he was barely involved there, or Generations on repeat for the same amount of time as all the Kurtzman? Generations on repeat? Pick some of the worst Generation episodes and put them on repeat, and I'll watch them over Kurtzman Trek. All right, speaking of Kurtzman Trek, let's get this over with. Where is it? Talk amongst yourselves. I fucking love. I'm looking at my subscriptions and Ryan Hall, y'all. Karen knows who he is. My favorite weatherman. He's got a thumbnail that says Plum Wild. That's fucking awesome. Plum Wild. Here we go. Okay. Let's make sure our volume is up. Let me clear my throat. Talk amongst yourself for a second. I'm going to take a couple bites of my breakfast. Oh, that was good. I was staring at it the whole time. Sorry. There we go. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to react to this first. And then I'm going to give you a little behind the scenes of what happened to the show that was proposed and got basically shot down for this. This is something Kurtzman has been wanting. This is his baby. Ridiculous amounts of money have gone into this. And it was pitched as Harry Potter Star Trek. But it could also be seen as like X-Men Star Trek. Zoomer Star Trek. I don't even like Gen Z's getting old now. What's the next generation? Whatever this is. Well, it's theater kids Star Trek, and that's pretty much what it is. And it really does, like, it's a great representation of everything Star Trek is. A lot of you have probably checked out by now. Strange New Worlds is shit, and I've watched every fucking episode. The only thing that Kurtzman has ever put out that was halfway decent, that was Picard Season 3, and he had nothing to do with that. He was off doing another show while Terry Matalas had pretty much creative reign and not many constraints. But here we go. And I'm sure, Terry's out there and he probably saw this trailer and just laughed his fucking ass off. So it's Starfleet Academy. Now, again, this has been proposed for a long time. It was proposed for a movie. It was thought about as a series decades ago. So it's been It's been thought about a lot, and I doubt anybody would have come up with this other than Alex Kurtzman. Other than Alex Kurtzman.
Caleb. What's that one? Right there. Right there. One day,
Oh, look.
when we have our own ship, we are going to go visit first. That's right.
Okay, so it's a fatherless kid. It's a diverse fatherless kid. There are no longer any fathers in Hollywood anywhere. And what are you trying to say here, Kurtzman? This is where like the woke, when they outwoke themselves, and then you get to the point where it's like, wait a minute. They are showing they get rid of fathers completely, and then we have like a diverse kid, and there's no father. What are you saying? What are you saying?
Bye-bye, Mommy!
I love you! I'm so sorry.
You hold on to how much you hate.
What? Okay, so it looks like he is restrained. So what did he rat somebody out? I don't know. I don't care. Bye, Mommy. And the first line is, what the fuck is this shit?
That's right.
Bye-bye, Mommy!
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
You hold on to how much you hate me right now, kid. It'll keep you warm at night.
Find him.
Paul Giamatti, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? You just won an Academy Award. You just won an Academy Award. And he's in this shit. So I'm guessing it's probably something like they did with Michelle Yeoh with Section 31. So they had promised Section 31 a long time ago, and it was never going to happen until Michelle Yeoh won an Academy Award and then demanded $12 million. So, dude, I hope you got at least $14 million for this. And then there's Holly Hunter. Holly Hunter and her. Okay, I don't mean to be mean, but I'm going to be a little mean. It looks like she's about to say, moisturize me. Moisturize me. If you're a Doctor Who fan, if you know, you know. That face is wrapped about as tight around the back of her head as possible. Jesus Christ.
Caleb, I've been looking for you every single day for the last 15 years.
I've been looking for you for the last 16 days. I can no longer move my face.
Come with me to Starfleet Academy. The Federation will help you find your mother.
So she is recruiting Caleb to help find his mommy, who got taken away by whoever had Paul Giamatti on the tower.
Taking us to the school?
That is the school.
This is a Star Trek show. This is a Star Trek show. He cut his hair.
Being a cadet in Starfleet Academy means being open to the people around you.
Oh my God, fucking Tig Notaro. Tig fucking Notaro. Okay. It's hard enough being a female comedian because mostly they're not funny. And then like a female, like, have you ever seen her act? It's fucking terrible. I'm lesbian female comedian. That's all the time. And she is pretty much Tig Notaro all the time. It's Tig Notaro being Tig Notaro. Remember when they had her replace? It was Army of the Dead. So some guy got Me Too'd out of that show, and they digitally put in Tig Notaro as the helicopter pilot. This bitch is piloting in a helicopter. I ain't getting in. But we're bringing back all the greatest stuff from STD. STD has flared up again. It won't go away.
To the people around
By the way, this is all going to be saccharine shit, by the way. And that's all people go, things are like the CW. I think we need to stop saying that, because I think we've passed the threshold we're disrespecting the CW at this point. I think we need to start saying, oh, that feels like Kurtzman Trek, because it's worse than the CW. So let's see what profound thing she has to say. If we all do this together and we all do this as one, and they cannot divide us, and we will conquer, because diversity is our strength, and whatever you can dream, you can be.
Being a cadet in Starfleet Academy means being open to the people around you.
I understand.
Okay.
Sometimes I feel.
What does that mean? So if you want to be a cadet in Starfleet, you need to be open to the people around you. For what specifically? Like, open your legs? Bend over? Like, what exactly are you saying? You need to be open to the people around you. And then this shit. Holy shit. Oh, and fucking Tilly. Okay, Tilly.
People around you.
Tilly, played by the actress who said she was queer, even though she's married and has 2 kids. And this is during a time that we're still in, by the way, where every actor had to say they're non-binary or queer just to get roles, because like straight white actors, although she falls under body positivity, but I guess that doesn't even work anymore. So this is also the same Tilly that was running a marathon on the Discovery and won. And not only won, beat like this freaking rail thin Asian dude. And she was actually fatter than she is right there. But yes, this is the actress who said, I'm queer, even though I have a husband and 2 kids, and I don't like actually have sex with women. But I'm queer. So please give me roles. Oh, and you know what she plays? Quirky, awkward character. Because I could see the fucking board meeting at Paramount, which isn't going to change under Nepo Baby Ellison, by the way. He's the one partially responsible for all this shit. So I can see the board meeting going, the kids today are retarded. So we need to make all the other kids retarded so we can get young viewers. Because the average age right now, I'm looking at my market research here for Star Trek. The average age of a viewer is the average age of somebody who qualifies for AARP. So we need to get them kids. How do we get kids? Well, our market research says they're all neurodivergent, and we need to make every character neurodivergent. Everybody needs to be awkward and insecure, and they'll identify as some other gender, or they'll identify as something that predicates sex, but they don't actually have sex with each other. Oh, and we're going to save a ton of money because we can get like all the fat actors that nobody else will hire. Genius. Kurtzman. I don't know what Kurtzman did. Kurtzman doesn't strike me as the most clever person in the world, but he does have one thing that can get you a long way in Hollywood. I think he is willing. He is that kind of person who's like, I'll be whatever you need me to be, and I will stab anybody in the back I need to stab in the back to get where I'm going. And that's pretty much Hollywood. That's pretty much the ecosphere of Hollywood. So, yeah, and he's been just continually producing projects because once you put something in the production, they got to see it through. And he's been very good about getting shit together. It's all shit. So we have another returning character from STD. Another character from STD flares up, and it's Tilly.
Sam, sometimes I feel invisible, but I'm Sam. Sometimes
Cadet in Starfleet Academy means being open to the people around you.
I'm Sam. Sometimes I feel invisible, but mostly awkward.
Let's go. Show me your.
Picardo, what are you fucking doing, dude? Obviously, you know, let's go back here. So, for one, I'm sorry. I'm stuck on you need to be open to other people. So obviously, what they're saying is you need to be open to other ideas and to the progressive agenda of gender ambiguity and non-binary bullshit. That's what they're actually saying. And it sounds like it was written by somebody who wrote a soap opera. Excuse me. I have to respond to this. Okay, sorry. Perry, you could cut that out.
Being open to the people around you.
I'm Sam. Sometimes I feel invisible.
I'm so awkward. I can't shake hands. You see, I'm insecure and awkward, just like all the neurodivergent kids out there. That'll get them watching. Oh my God, I saw somebody just like me because I'm fat, black, lesbian, and I don't know how to shake somebody's hand. And Robert Picardo, who used to be a guest star and pretty much, you guys remember back in the day, prior to Voyager, he was like a guest star on every fucking show imaginable. He was on Matlock and Murder, She Wrote and all that shit. Character actor. A good character actor. And they don't have any fucking work right now. So of course they're going to bring him in. And this is the most disappointing thing. This is going to muddy the legacy even more. When they start bringing in, it's one thing to recast a Spock or a Kirk. It's another thing to bring in a legacy character into these shows, which now muddies the waters. It doesn't muddies the water. What's a better term? It now I can't say that one. It shites the fucking sewage. It shits the sewage. There's more shit in the sewage. It diarrheas the sewage. Star Trek is fucked. There's no coming back from this.
Awkward.
Oh, hey, just in case you didn't, I don't know if you caught that or not. We're gonna go back.
I'm Sam. Sometimes I feel invisible, but mostly awkward.
Oh, the awkward character has to tell us she feels awkward, even though they showed her trying to shake somebody's hand like a fucking retard, a blind one. But thank God they told us she was awkward. She's wearing a skirt, by the way. We'll get to that. Let me guess. Every character is going to be kind of quirky and awkward.
Let's go. Show me you're worthy of this uniform.
Okay, what? She's like the fucking gym teacher.
Let's go.
That's That's the gym teacher. The Klingon Jem'Hadar, the genetically engineered race from the Dominion War, that's all men, is now a half Klingon. You know, just when you think they can't go any lower, just when you think they couldn't possibly be this retarded. And I'm sure there's like, we were talking about this on Forbidden Frontier yesterday. They have a science advisor that I'm sure they completely ignore. And that person has the easiest job in the world. They get to drink their coffee in an office. They get asked a question. That person goes, no, that's impossible. That would be really stupid. And then they ignore it and do it anyway. But then they ignore canon. But they've ignored canon so much. Like, are you really surprised they took a male genetically engineered race and turned it into a female, and then one that can't procreate? They are genetically engineered. So somebody had to half genetically engineer, like, and they can't procreate. And then they make her fat. And she's like, you need to be worthy of being in this uniform, the one you could barely fit into. Yeah, she got that little drug thing going on. She got that little pipe. That's a good question. Probably not, because as a female Jem'Hadar, that she will be able to she's just going to be better. Well, apparently it's just and she quit it. Yeah, apparently they don't have a Ozempic in the future. Apparently nobody would be. There's so many things they point out in the future. One of the things they wouldn't have is people in wheelchairs disparu, if you remember from STD. Because if you can beam somebody from a ship to a fucking planet, I'm guessing you can fix a spine pretty easily. And I'm guessing you can beam fat out of your fucking body. If you have a replicator disparu, so you can just make food out of fucking nowhere. Well, it's actually out of trash, but you know what I mean. I think you could just like have like, it'd be like liposuction. You just have it transported out of your body into the replicator. Yes, they have fixed spines. They have, but apparently somebody chose to be in a wheelchair in Star Trek Discovery. But somebody, of course, they made the deliberate decision of like, let's get our fat black woman and have her be in charge of the physical fitness, because that would be empowering and progressive.
Show me you're worthy of this uniform.
Fuck off. Show me you're worthy of this uniform. None of you are fucking worthy to make this show, be in this show. And Ellison's taking over Paramount, and he's doing all these things. Everybody's like, yeah, man, Barry Weiss is taking over CBS, and he's going to right the ship. This shit's still coming out. No word on Kurtzman yet. His contract was supposed to be up this year. Guess not.
I want to be captain. I need to be captain.
I want to be captain. I need to be captain. That's probably the last fucking person you want to make captain.
family, you're either the center of the universe or you're nothing.
That's pretty much every fucking narcissistic, neurodivergent retard in this show.
You're the center of the universe or...
You're worthy of this uniform!
I want to be captain. I need to be captain.
My family, you're either the center of the universe or you're nothing.
A warrior does not.
Oh, he's gonna be
friend.
Oh God. So he's gonna be the rich kid who's sad that he's rich. And then we got the Klingons. Holy shit.
You're nothing.
A warrior does not let a friend face danger alone.
What is this acting, dude? A warrior does not let a friend face danger alone.
A warrior does not let a friend face danger alone.
He's gonna be a gay Klingon, isn't he? That's gonna be it. It's a pick-me Klingon. X-Ray Girl, find the tweet. I put it out, just Klingon in a skirt. Find that, please. Okay. So, I'm not going to say it's every time, but it feels like it's every time. Why are Klingons only played by black people now? It feels like every time now they're played by black people. Not saying they can't play them, but like everybody can play Klingons, right? But now they're only giving it to black people. These are the same people who would complain about orcs being coded black, which I mean, you just told on yourself by thinking about that. But I've noticed and this guy looks like an underwear model, right? And he probably, I mean, he looks right out of fucking Zoolander, doesn't he? I got to hear that line delivery again. That's something else.
You're either the center of the universe or you're nothing.
A warrior does not let a friend face danger alone.
A warrior would not let a friend face danger alone. A warrior wouldn't leave somebody behind. But a Klingon, I mean, they love facing danger. They love facing it alone. Die honorably. Come on. All right, so let's go. This looks like a fucking. Okay, this looks like it's either you correct me. You decide, chat. It's a toothpaste commercial or a Pfizer commercial. So you guys in the UK like this brew won't be used to that, but we have a lot of drug commercials here. Does this look like a toothpaste commercial or a Pfizer commercial? Right, this shot here, not here, there.
Warrior does not.
Look at all. Okay, everybody just randomly point at something. You know, that I think it looks like a Pfizer commercial. Actually, yeah, that right there. Modern Star Trek, everybody. A hemorrhoids commercial.
Does not let a friend face danger alone.
I've spent my whole life.
The fuck? Oh. Okay, so
I spent my whole life getting away from stuff, letting someone in. It's hard.
Oh, and it's going to be talking about feelings on a space station. So more Star Trek. There'll be more crying. There'll be more saccharine dialogue. There'll be zero masculinity. Have you seen any, and I mean even the slightest hint of masculinity? I want to start picking out curtains watching this. I'm feeling like redecorating my house. Maybe firing up and watching the Birdcage. Listening to Erasure. Yeah, I want to start listening to Erasure just from fucking watching this.
Control, I can hurt people.
Oh God.
Control, I can.
What do we have? Fucking for real. Superpowers. So it is the X-Men.
I've spent my whole life getting away from stuff, letting someone in. It's hard.
If I lose control, I can hurt people.
Doesn't scare me.
Oh, she's so powerful. She's got the superpowers because we're going to have superpowers in Star Trek. Because listen, they're not smart enough to make Star Trek. You have to be smart to make science fiction. These people are not smart. They just, it was mentioned, somebody posted this and I put it in my Witcher video. The reason you have so many tourists, and that's right, fucking tourists in genre and science fiction and fantasy and superheroes is because, well, that's what they're making the most shows off of. And that's still where a lot of the money is. Not for long, but that's where it is right now. And tourists come by going, oh my God, I've always loved the Spider-Man and the Batman. I owned a T-shirt once. And they're coming in and they glom onto this stuff because they could never make it on their own as a writer doing their original stuff. And it was really well put in the comment section of the Witcher trailer when a guy said, you're nobody. Nobody cares about your fucking stories. And your job is to make us care about somebody else's story that you're supposed to adapt. But what they want to do is make their own stories within that story because they never could. They never could. And they just use it. They use it to try to put their slant or even put their whole new story in, something they've never been able to do because they do not have the talent. And now we're dealing with people who are not hired, who are cast on their fucking identity. God, I can't remember the name now, but the two women who wrote Section 31, Disbrew will remember who they are. Believe it or not, there's different grades of bad for Star Trek Discovery, but the absolute worst episodes of Star Trek Discovery are by these two basically Asian women that they pulled out of fucking fanfic, had no fucking experience whatsoever. At least one of them was. And they wrote Section 31. That's fanfic is the worst thing that's ever happened to fandom. Absolute fucking worst. And to make it worse, they allowed it to become the writing of our favorite IP, of our favorite thing. They allowed it to. Fanfic used to be looked at as it was. Fanfic. It should be looked down upon. If you do it, that's fine. Just know you should probably write your own original shit and stop playing in somebody else's playground. But I digress. It's now become the thing. And this is the result. And we are years into the result now to where it's like, it's comical. I'm going to review this because this is going to be, I'm going to laugh my ass off at this. This is going to be this could be the comedy. Disbrew, you might, no, I think Disbrew will agree with me. This has the greatest potential of being the comedy of the year. This will be the comedy of the year. This show. What are you doing, Robert? Ugh. So they're going to go into battle with this chick on the right who doesn't even know how to shake somebody's fucking hand. Well, people need to see themselves on screen. It's Star Trek Acolyte. It is.
is coming with it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Paul Giamatti. I mean, I hope you got a lot of fucking money. I have respect for that. He's a great actor. He's going to play Art Bell in the Art Bell movie.
With a big red bow just for you.
Is anybody listening? Listening.
Man, why does everything have to be a full-on lesson in this place?
Because it's a school, Caleb.
Oh, what the fuck? Is that what they ended with? I think there's a little stinger. What the fuck?
Is anybody listening? Listening.
Man, why does everything have to be a full-on lesson in this place?
Because it's a school, Caleb.
Oh.
It's time for you to stop telling the story. Be a part of it.
I can't believe they didn't say together in this, though. There was always like, we can do this together. Go back. Well, you probably don't want to punish yourself, but take my word for it. If you go back through the Star Trek Discovery trailers, the Picard trailers, and the Strange New World trailers, every other one either ends or it's in the middle. They always go, we're going to do this together. Fuck. I can't fucking wait to review this. January 15th is circled on my calendar with like little stars and happy faces and arrows going, cannot wait for this fucking day. Let's fucking go. Been a while since I reviewed some Star Trek. Woo. You know, there's a saying for Hollywood. Now, it can always get worse. Things can always get worse. But yeah, so this was a New York Comic-Con. A Klingon in a skirt. And my favorite. Okay, so Jack Beers, buddy of mine, he's been long channel a long time, lives in San Diego, and we bonded over Star Trek. He was one of the earliest viewers of my Star Trek Discovery reviews. He commented, he's like, "Oh, they're gonna come after you for this one," and I'm waiting for the well actuallys. I am fucking patiently waiting for the well actuallys to come in and tell me. Well, for one, I already got one. Like before he even responded to him, I got one. Tell me you've never seen Star Trek without telling me you've never seen Star Trek. Bitch, anime fucking bot. I respond to you in ones and zeros because you're probably a bot. But I'll just say I've forgotten more Star Trek than you've ever fucking watched. For one. Totally aware that men wore skirts in the pilot episode of Next Generation. And they immediately got rid of it. Now, there are two stories, and I don't know which one's true. One's probably an urban legend, and the other one's probably reality. So there's they tried it because they thought that gender wouldn't matter. They gave it some thought and thought gender wouldn't matter as far as clothing is concerned in the future. And hell, there's dudes who wear skirts, but it was a human who wore the skirt. And they quickly ejected it because everybody fucking hated it and it was gay, and they never went back. And then there's the rumor that they had the women's skirts up too high, and some people complained. So like, fuck it, I'll put it on men. People will say this is a kilt. It's got the little fanning thing on it. And I'll just say, would any self-respecting Scot wear this? Would Dankula, would you wear this? Drinker, would you wear this? No. It is the feminization of Klingons. So we can stop. And this is the part where you have fun on Twitter, because there is a lot of neurodivergencies. There's a lot of people who really have to ask Grok, like, what's going on here. They're going to hide behind saying it's a kilt when it's a fucking skirt. This is a skirt on a Klingon. And they specifically did this to feminize the black man as the Klingon, to feminize the Klingon, to emasculate Star Trek some more. I didn't think they could do it anymore. But it's a fucking Klingon. It's a Klingon. Now, I've seen cosplay Klingons with actual kilts on. That's fine. No. They did this so it looked like a skirt so they could feminize a Klingon. It's absolutely their modus operandi. 100%. And he'll probably be gay. Who's taking bets? Is anybody going to bet against me that this Klingon's gay? Anybody? Any takers? Oh, Lordy. And there's not much left of Star Trek now, really, other than mockery, abject mockery. So, okay, if you want to put something out cartoonishly bad that me and my cohorts, and you know what? Good time to start a YouTube channel. Are you on the fence of starting a YouTube channel? You're a Star Trek fan. You know, it's not going to get the algorithmic hit that it would have a few years ago, but it might, since Section 31 got an algorithmic hit. So if you're thinking about it, you're a true blue Star Trek fan. You know what you're doing. You know what you're talking about. Even semi know what you're talking about. There's your time. Disbrew's going to cover this. As is even going to come out of fucking retirement or whatever the hell it is and recover this. I'm covering this shit because it's going to be fun. It's going to be absolutely fun. So, do you want to know what happened? You know why this show got prioritized over Star Trek Legacy? So, Picard season 3, pretty well received. I call it a 7 out of 10 show. There's moments in it I thoroughly enjoyed, including the original crew of the Enterprise being on the bridge of closest possible to the very carpeted, well-lit Enterprise D, leaving space dock to fucking Jerry Goldsmith's dude, goosebumps. The Jerry Goldsmith's theme, I got goosebumps. That was fucking awesome. That's all we wanted. So Star Trek was able to do something Star Wars couldn't. And it was a great moment. Terry Metalis had to work kind of handcuffed. He was a hired gun, so he was part of season 2, and there's no excusing that. Season 2 is shit. But he was put in charge for Picard season 3 with a slashed budget because it was obligatory. They had to do it. They promised contractually, they promised Patrick Stewart that they would do the series. He got paid $1 million an episode. They made it basically a bottle series. They mostly take place on ships. And it was Patrick Stewart himself who deliberately or said he did not want it to be a TNG reunion, and he didn't want to bring in TNG characters. So he's the one who did that. And Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman all agreed because they did whatever the fuck he wanted. And those first 2 seasons are trash. They are the Last Jedi of Star Trek. They are some of the worst of the worst. Not as bad as Star Trek Discovery, but what they do to lore, what they do to Captain Picard's character is a crime against imagination. What they do to the Borg, they gave Q space cancer. The Borg are fucking nice now. And the Borg Queen is the drummer from Scott Pilgrim. So they were handcuffed with all this shit. Plus, the first season, Picard was basically running around with the girls, the key to everything, and fell in love with Data. And then they killed Data. And then they killed Picard. But then they put him in a robot body, and it's still Picard. They just replaced him. But they replaced him with the same old body with the same problems. It's fucking stupid. So they were handcuffed a little bit. So Terry Matalas gets full reign because Alex Kurtzman's going off to work on The Man Who Fell to Earth. And he's basically allowed to do what he wants. So he runs around, and because he used to work on a lower level on Deep Space Nine or Deep Space Nine. He is able to get some people back. He talks some people into coming back. They're guest stars. They make it a reunion. Patrick Stewart's okay with this stuff. And he quietly gets rid of the stupid shit. Gets rid of Q with the space cancer. Brings back the Borg again. And the rest is history, right? They bring them back together. And people generally love it. And the Star Trek fandom was pretty much united in like, this is cool. So there's thoughts of like, let's do a legacy series with Captain 7 of 9 and Picard's kid. And then they're gonna like bring in DS9 and Voyager characters are gonna come in and out of the narrative quite a bit, by the way. At the time, I said, like, I don't need a legacy series. I'm fine with it ending right here. I'm good with that. I don't want to push it. I really don't want to push it. But out of all the series they've done, it will be the one where, like, okay, I'm the most interested. This is how, because I've seen what can be done. So I'd at least be interested. Well, they had Star Trek Academy coming out, and they were putting tons of money into it. And Picard season 3 is winning award after award, where Kurtzman is there accepting him. He had nothing to do with it. He starts. He doesn't like Terry Matalas very much. By the way, Alex Kurtzman and J.J. Abrams hate each other now. But he felt, I guess, obligated to offer them a series for Legacy. So the offer was, and I believe I might get the European country wrong. It's Prague. I think they were wanted to film it in Prague. And they had like no budget. And they had to film it in Prague for tax breaks or something like that. Everybody would have to move their families. That would kill any possibility of getting fucking guest stars over there. And they knew it was the kind of offer. We're going to make the offer knowing he's going to refuse it. So they undercut his pay. They gave him zero budget. And they said, you can film the series in Prague. In the meantime, Terry Matalas has Kevin Feige calling him the whole time. But Terry, to his credit, like seriously thought about it. Like seriously thought about like maybe if we get this series going in Prague, they'll bring it back over. It's a success. But they offered him the series, but they didn't expect him to take it. They really didn't want him to take it. And he didn't take it. So he took off and went off to do Vision Quest. So they chose Star Trek Academy over this, and it was never in doubt, like ever. Like they were going to follow through on this show. This is what they feel like is the future of Star Trek. This show. I believe it was Prague. It was like Eastern European. It's been a minute since I heard the story. It's been a couple, 3 years since I heard the story. But I mean, that's the way things go. That's the way things go. And Kurtzman's a total piece of shit. A total piece of shit. And yes, he's furious that Picard season 3 was seen as like the only respectful Star Trek. He fucking, it angers him. It angers him to his soul. And that makes me happy. That makes me happy. That little petty. Pretty sure Kurtzman's gay, right? Maybe not. He looks gay. It's fine if he's gay, but pretty sure. Little petty. Little petty dude who's turned Star Trek into a platform. Turned Star Trek into a fucking platform. Woo! Picard season 3 was nerd crew bait, very low standards. I thought what they like, Worf was fucking awesome in it, dude. Worf was awesome in it. And the fact, so the only person, Terry Matalas fired everybody from Picard season 3 except for, oh God, what's her name now? Hang on. And I'll tell you the reason. It's fucking funny. It was, yeah, Michelle Hurd. Raffi. Michelle Hurd, who's part of the Film Actors Guild now. No, Jerry Ryan and Terry are good friends. Like, that's why she was there. But Michelle, so he was allowed to fire everybody except for the black woman. They said, it was sad. They said you can't fire the black woman. So he made it work, and she was tolerable. I'm not going to say she was great. She was fucking terrible in season 1 and 2. So they put her with Worf, and she was tolerable. She was much better in season 3, but fucking Worf was awesome in Picard season 3. Absolutely awesome. And then he threw in like some 12 Monkeys people. So, he was just having fun. But yeah, he got rid of the Borg thing. He got rid of the Q thing. And, he and I haven't talked in a while. He said that shit was fucking stupid and cringe. So there's people who just they're hired guns and they got to do what they got to do. But when you get them privately, they're like, holy fuck, was that bad? But I would be like, I wouldn't want my name on anything bad. That's me. That's me. Why am I blanking on what else? Hang on. Let me get my Tron. Tron flopped. What? Sell to David Ellison or split David Zazlav? Okay, we'll talk about that in a second, because that is surprising that there was an offer. Where is? Oh yeah, they're not even talking about. That's an old. Where's your updated one? Where's your updated one? I'm talking to the Hollywood Reporter, because they have the old Tron. There we go. We'll just go to the other one that's owned by Penske Media. Okay. From Deadline, Tron Ares hits a bump in the road with a $60.5 million global opening. Demon Slayer moves to number 5 worldwide in 2025. That would be above Superman. So Tron Ares, which had a, I don't know what the global estimate was, but it had a domestic estimate of 50 million only a week ago. Only did 33 million. So let's be real. Even if Tron was good, it was never, I don't think it would have hit the 50 million estimate. I just don't. I don't think, I am a Tron fan. I am a kid of the 80s, but I'm also very aware that neither movie did although if you go back and look at Tron Legacy and the numbers it brought in, 400 and something million in 2009, unfortunately, go look at its budget. Tron Legacy's budget was the same budget as Ares, pretty much. It's insane. Absolutely insane. But I think they had reason to have hope. And I like the movie. It's got its problems. But I like the movie quite a bit. Are they in 4K yet? They're probably not. how stupid fucking Disney is. You got a movie coming out. You could put Tron and Tron Legacy in 4K, release it, whatever. It doesn't matter because it's not connected to it in any way. I was a kid one time, Monkey Jeebus. I was a kid. So it was never going to, this thing was never going to be a massive hit making $1 billion. Like never, ever, ever. I think 500 million was, I think that's, even if the movie was good, I think that was probably asking a little bit too much. Putting almost $200 million into this movie without marketing, and people saying that they didn't market this movie, they marketed the shit out of this movie like crazy, especially at Comic-Con. Riding in lower than pre-weekend projections, Disney's Tron Ares cycled to a fuck off 60.5 million worldwide debut, including 27 million from the international box office. Ooh, that's bad. While the team was out and about on the overseas promotional tour, the latest in the 43-year-old cyber saga, just didn't pop wheelies at the turnstiles. This person needs to stop. Still, critical and audience scores on the Joachim Royoning directed Jared Leto front pick are better in some areas, France, for example, than the previous Tron movies. I don't care what the corporate critics say. I could give a shit. There's a high audience score that they're being proud of. I'd also remind you that it's right around the same percentage as for the Marvels. You can't use the Rotten Tomatoes audience score for movies anymore. You have to jump through a bunch of flaming hoops. And the only people willing to do that are going to be ones who signed in for accounts and went, so it's meaningless. Where it still works is TV, because you don't have that. So TV, you could still look at the audience score, but the audience score for movies is, don't even, again, the Marvels is, I believe, at 85 or 86. And so is Captain African American. Some bright spots. Latin America leaned into it with number ones across the region. Both Brazil and Mexico opened ahead of Tron Legacy and Alien Romulus over notable number ones in Spain. And dude, if you have to get down to Spain and UK and Mexico. So bottom line, it made less in its opening weekend than Tron Legacy without adjusting for inflation. Does that sound familiar? And it opened less domestically than Morbius. I think you might be able to enjoy this film if you're on like a bunch of shrooms or acid or something. You might like it, but I did my full review. It was terrible. It was fucking terrible. I hated everything this movie represented. They're talking about one battle after another. It's like, oh, this is showing a lot of legs. It's already made 100 and something million. One battle after another needs to make about $350 million worldwide just to break even, which it's not going to do. One battle after another. Maybe we'll talk about this on Real BBC. We'll go over the article. The writer of American Psycho basically said everything Alan Ng, yours truly, have said about the movie, which is the only reason they're liking this is because of the politics. You take away the politics, this movie doesn't get very much interest at all from the critics. Just for the critics. Now, real quick, let's go over to this Warner Brothers thing. I got to tell you, I didn't think it would happen, but they made an offer. Ellison made an offer to Warner Brothers. They rejected it, but the fact that they made an offer was this soon was kind of surprising. And it was a low ball. It was definitely a low ball offer. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, that was Hollywood Reporter. Was it Hollywood? Give me just a second. Sorry. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. So this is from the Hollywood Reporter. Sell to David Ellison or split. David Zazlav weighs his options for Warner Brothers Discovery. Paramount's initial bid for fuck off. Paramount's initial bid for the home of HBO and Warner Brothers and some of the best IP in the world was dismissed. But one way or another, the company will grapple with major change in the coming year. Give me just a moment. I had to eat. I'm so hungry. That was a problem with starting early. Okay. So, so much to unpack here, as they say. Let's start out with the obvious, right? Like, the media has a hate boner for David Zaslav. That is obvious. And for what reason do they have a hate boner for him? Well, I think they perceive him as politically to the right. I think they are. I know they hate that he canceled Batwoman, and that he's canceled a bunch of projects, and he is very business first. But I think it's because they think he leans politically to the right. I think it's pretty much political bigotry. Why they. Now, I don't love, because David Zaslav is perceived to lean to the right, and that would be something different in Hollywood, although, a lot of people do. They just won't say it. That would certainly be something different, and that's great. I got to call balls and strikes and things as I see them, and I'm not going to root for an executive who, last time I checked, Warner Brothers owns CNN. I heard when Zazlav took over that they were going to make this concerted effort to be more objective. Has that happened? No. Has it come close to happening? No. Has CNN changed at all? No. The War of the Rohirrim came out under his watch. That was technically not his decision, but that was his watch. Black Snape, definitely under his watch. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of change, and I need to see change. I'm not going to sit there and sell you guys any fucking false hope that Warner Brothers is going to be the shining example moving forward for a big cultural shift in Hollywood. We'll fucking see. Last time I checked, I haven't seen a lot of that. But definitely, I don't hate the dude either. And I don't blame him for, stealing James Gunn away from Marvel and offering a bunch of money. I mean, like, on paper, to a normie who doesn't understand fandom, superheroes, or anything, that might seem like a good decision. We'll get to how bad of a decision that was in just a moment. But we also have to acknowledge that Warner Brothers is $36.5 billion in debt. Debt they still have to pay, but they're trying to do some funky math. So the initial thing Zaslav wanted to do was split Warner Brothers and Discovery, which means this will be the third major change in a half decade to this company, as far as like the AT&T bringing in Discovery and now separating it from Discovery. So as good of a year as they've had at the box office, it's a drop in the ocean compared to the 36.5 billion. Hope I didn't say million earlier. It's billion. 36.5 billion in debt. They are. Paramount initial bid for the home of HBO and Warner Brothers was dismissed, but one way or another, the company will grapple with a major change in the coming year. Ever since the media mogul John Malone helped persuade David Zazlav to leave NBC and become the CEO of Discovery Communications. The executive has defined his leadership by deal making. He's acquired Scripps Network to try to build a reality-driven entertainment giant and forged a deal with Warner Media over golf emojis with AT&T, whatever. Look at that. Look at all those Migos right there. But the next few months will be a critical one as Zazlav grapples with what will be the most consequential deal yet. Does he sell or does he split? Paramount CEO David Ellison has made no secret about his desire for Warner Brothers Discovery in private conversations with Hollywood power players, but his initial approach of $20 per share was dismissed. That's pretty low by WBD, Bloomberg reported over the weekend. Of course, Ellison, perhaps armed with a higher offer, perhaps one backed by his father, Larry, or a third party like Apollo, will likely return. And per the Wall Street Journal, he may attempt to go directly to WBD shareholders if the company doesn't engage. That said, the argument they are making about regulatory concerns, namely that Paramount is in better shape to evade tough scrutiny from the Trump administration. No, it's not the Trump administration. It is networks. There is a lot of stuff connected with the FCC that, and are you becoming a monopoly? I can't believe they allowed Disney and Fox to do their thing, but whatever. Can only carry so much weight relative to dollar signs. Still, Ellison has openly spoken about making big deals. His dad owns TikTok now, right? I think ironically, it was WBD CEO David Zazlav who said last year that consolidation in the media business is important. The way we approach everything is, first and foremost, what's good for the talent in the community, what's good for the shareholders and value creation, and what's good for basically storytelling at large. You know what isn't good for storytelling? Fewer places to tell stories, fewer places in control, less competition. I think it's terrible for Hollywood. Ellison said at the Bloomberg Screen Time conference last week, from our standpoint, whether we approach any acquisition, and I actually do think there are a lot of options out there in terms of what might be actionable in the near future, we would approach it through the lens of wanting to make more, not less. You need more content to yield more engagement. See, there's that term, content. You need more content. No, you don't. You need better content. And you're not going to get better content if there's fewer companies. You're just not. But it's okay. It's okay, folks, because this is it's just another legacy studio from Hollywood that will get gobbled up by another one. But they're going to make more content because that's the answer. Ellison wants to scoop up Warner Brothers Discovery before Zazlav can execute his other big gambit, a split of the company in two, with HBO and Warner Brothers Studios in one business that will be led, and Gunnar Weidenfels leading the former Discovery at Warner Networks. In another, along with added debt and a stake in the studio business. The split, currently expected by April, is meant to unlock value. Zazlav and other WBD execs have argued, noting that a studio and HBO business unburdened by debt or linear television would be much more appealing to potential acquirers. So they're still going to sell. While the Discovery business, including CNN, would have multiple strategic options it could pursue. Discovery could be run for cash, serve as a roll-up vehicle, sell off assets piecemeal, reinvest it in brands, or sell the whole thing off to a private equity. Notes Bank of America analyst Jessica. Happy Jessica, by the way, who was among the Wall Street insiders calling for such a strategic move last year, writes, it's veritable cheesecake factory menu of options. The influential Wall Street analyst, meanwhile, also frames the post-split Warner Brothers business as a crown jewel asset One that would shake buyers off the sidelines. So basically, Zazlav needs to get rid of CNN to make it valuable. Don't blame him there. I would just shut it down. Can't you just shut it down? Well, you will probably want to get something for your money. You know, they already shook off MSNBC. I think it'd be utterly fucking horrible that two studios merge again. But the golden era of Hollywood is over. It's a 20th century model that's had its time. And it's like AI. You can't really unmake the soup at this point. They went so all in on streaming that you can't reverse the decision. The only thing you could do is maybe be smart like Sony, and HBO's around and it's pretty successful. But at least Zazlav is smart enough to license his stuff out. Like, don't make stuff exclusive. Still be an arms dealer like Sony is. But Hollywood is experiencing shrinkage, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not a surprise since they haven't recovered, they'll say, from COVID. They even tried to blame COVID for Tron not doing well because there's a new strain out there of the cold. No, they haven't recovered from the strikes. 42,000 jobs gone in 2 years. Writers have given up. Chris has anecdotally talked to a bunch of people. I've talked to a bunch of people who have just given up. And they're not getting the best of the best. So the talent coming up is going to go somewhere else. So if you're an editor, and instead of going to, say, Hollywood, where is there a high ceiling for editing? Yeah, if you're a top tier. But if you're like doing what I did, like editing reality TV or something like that, you might have an equal or better chance finding a YouTuber to hire you, and you'll get paid better and more consistent, and you probably will have more creative freedom. It's been years, but when I was down there and I was doing my little side gig editing for a reality show, I had more creative freedom there than I did for the TV show I ghost edited on a couple, where I was basically just told where to cut. I was just told what to do. I was given instructions and I followed the instructions. That's fucking boring as fuck. At least with the reality TV, you were able to like go through and kind of get the narrative out of what was shot. Holy fuck, reality TV was retarded. Jesus Christ. But no, right now, if you're an editor, you maybe you go work for a YouTuber, and the ceiling might not be as high, but it'll be more creative. It could be more consistent, and you don't have to fucking work with Hollywood and unions and all that other bullshit. So the talent, there's a finite number of talented people in the world. And they're not going to Hollywood anymore. I learned that from sports. So when basketball really started taking off, it was taking away talent from baseball and football for a while. Especially back in the 90s, they discussed this on sports radio. They're like, there's definitely the talent pool is drying up for football and baseball, because more people were just, that talent was going towards basketball now. And it made me think of it back then. It's like, oh yeah, because there's so many talented people in the world. There is. It's a finite number. And Hollywood's not getting the best of the best anymore. And they don't deserve it. So we'll see. But it sounds like either way to me, like Warner Brothers is getting sold. And like, why wouldn't you buy it? But who buys it? Don't know. But Warner Brothers has some of the, I would argue, They have control. Their IP is far exceeds Disney as far as potential. Star Wars is still one of the biggest brands in the world, but it's fucking done. Marvel, which is healthier than Star Wars, but pretty fucking done unless they do a massive reboot. But if you think about DC Comics, having control of distribution of Lord of the Rings, having control of distribution of Harry Potter, having control of Looney Tunes, and then all the mid-level IP they own, which far exceeds anything Disney or Paramount has. Like Warner Brothers would be a crown jewel. Absolutely be a crown jewel. And they've never fucking known what to do with Looney Tunes. Let's be real. They've never known what to do with DC. The only thing they did right was bring in Nolan. And we're going to look back in about 5 years, guys. We're going to look back and go, not that it was perfect, but people are going to look back and go, perhaps we were too harsh on Snyder. Some people will never say that, but I just watched Man of Steel. Rewatched it. It is orders of magnitude better than James Gunn's Superman in multiple aspects. Maybe it'd be fun to do a live stream or a video stating my case. It's still not the best Superman movie. That's the Donner cut, or not Donner cut, but Donner cut of Superman 2. Superman and Donner cut of Superman 2 are my two favorite Superman movies, and they are better than Man of Steel. But Henry's great. And I think Nolan being there to kind of rein in Zack Snyder is really evident. But there is some epic moments, and I loved the Krypton stuff. Absolutely loved it. So yeah, orders of magnitude better. So James Gunn releases his finale for Peacemaker season 2, and we discussed it on Friday Night Tights at length. Nothing fucking happened. And even the people backing it are jumping ship now. And it's been great to watch. Because they're coming to the reality that the show was never good. Now, I didn't like season 1. But I can at least say season 1 had a story and a narrative that was at least at times engaging. I hated what they did to the Peacemaker character. It contradicts what he did in the Suicide Squad. I really fucking hate the 11th Street Gang, what they're called now. So there's nothing I've ever liked about them, but at least the story was better in season 1. But I didn't like season 1. I saw season 1 for what it is, woke bullshit. And now we can add one more. Peacemaker is a giant James Gunn vanity project. And we can even add to that. The DCU is a James Gunn vanity project. And he got one over on them. And I almost don't blame him. If a giant company comes to you and says, okay, and because he's in the position of power, he's able to ask, give me a lot of money and give me all the control. And you can't fucking fire me right away. You can't do me like you did Zack Snyder. I don't blame him for getting that deal. And internally, he's all, I know I'm not fit for this job whatsoever, but I'll fake it till I make it and maybe I'll figure it out. But James Gunn is a one-trick pony. And our biggest concern about him coming on, which I was fine with, I'm like, this is a good move. But my biggest concern was Superman. I'm like, can James Gunn, Mr. Irreverent, Mr. Nihilism, can he do a true blue traditional superhero? And the answer is no. No. So I have watched all of Creature Commandos. I have watched Superman a couple times, and I've watched all of Peacemaker season 2. And if you compare that to other cinematic universes that have began, This is a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. What were the first three of the DCEU? Well, we had Man of Steel, Batman versus Superman, and Wonder Woman. Right? And go look at the box office totals on those. I think Warner Brothers was a dumb company. I think they had I think they expected too much from what they had. They didn't want to do the work to get there. The whole was Aquaman before or after Wonder Woman? I'll look. June. So Aquaman was after. Like 2018. Right? 18. Yes. So Wonder Woman. So the first three movies were Man of Steel. Oh, wait. When did the Suicide Squad come out? Okay. So no, not the. Hang on, sorry. Suicide Squad release date was August 5th. So so it was Suicide Squad and then Wonder Woman. I'm gonna go out on a limb by saying the first four projects of the DCEU were not only more successful, they were far more successful than the first four projects will be from James Gunn's DCU. Not just more successful, far more successful. Calling balls and strikes. The Suicide Squad, I'd love to see that Ayer cut. I'd love to see it. Great concept. I think Ayer fucking killed it directing wise, and then it got butchered, and that ending is fucking terrible. But there is some stuff I think that's very cool about the movie. And then there's Jared Leto Joker. Yeah. Wonder Woman, completely overrated movie. I don't hate it, but did $800 million. So what are going to be the first? So the first four projects for the DCU will be Creature Commandos. Their choice, not mine. They could have made it theatrical. Superman, Peacemaker Season 2, and Supergirl. So if we stack up project to project, who did it better? Who did it better? But it's an absolute vanity project. It's a vanity project for his wife, Peacemaker Season 2 is, and they ended it by creating Checkmate for his wife so she could potentially, and I think she will, show up in every fucking superhero movie. And we talked about this a little bit on Friday Night Tights. There's an interview where James Gunn discusses Harcourt and her backstory, the backstory that we haven't seen in Peacemaker Season 1 and 2. But apparently those two have worked out an entire Harcourt backstory and universe together. So the reality is James Gunn was offered this huge deal. He took it, didn't know what he was doing, decides to fake it till he makes it. And he's going to invite his friends and his wife along the way, mostly to have his friends fuck his wife on screen most of the way and have a big old party on Warner Brothers' dime. Peacemaker was way more about her than it was about Peacemaker. Peacemaker doesn't even get his costume. And I genuinely like the Suicide Squad, and I like the character of Peacemaker. I think that kind of movie is perfect for James Gunn, but it is, my defense of him is gone. He is a one-trick pony. He is a really bad Joss Whedon that came from Trauma. And he doesn't give a fuck, and he's going to take the DCU and make it James Gunn instead of James Gunn adapting the DCU. And what's my evidence? The three things he's put out that were written, directed, and produced by James Gunn. And what do you do now? If you're Warner Brothers, what the fuck do you do? Even if okay, say Ellison buys it and they fire him, which will not happen. Ellison will keep James Gunn. I'm calling that one right now. What the fuck do you do? You just, that would be the Snyder situation all over again. James Gunn, because of James Gunn's insecurity and his ego, and yes, a lot of people with ego have insecurity, he's not going to do what he needs to do. It's like, keep your power, whatever, but you just need to delegate somebody else to write and direct Superman. Pretty much every superhero movie. James Gunn shouldn't get anywhere near Batman. What James Gunn can do, Plastic Man. James Gunn can do the Doom Patrol. He'd probably be tailor-made for the Doom Patrol. But Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Green Arrow, any traditional hero, he shouldn't be anywhere near. The Snyderverse, did it lose money? Yes. Yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. But it also generated more money than the Gunverse. The Gunverse hasn't made any money either. As a matter of fact, the Gunverse has lost money. There's a lot of sweeping for Gunn out there. It's fine if you like the movie, but the hysterical, emotional defense of this movie is, well, just like The Last Jedi. They're acting just like the people who backed The Last Jedi. If you put Kathleen Kennedy and Marvel or Star Wars names on anything that's going on with this within this GCU, people will be killing it. It gets a pass. If Peacemaker season 2 was a Marvel product, it would be getting destroyed, as it should be. If you put it would, it says, I agree, Gary, he won't fire James Gunn, but he'll put guardrails and training wheels back on Gunn. I think he could function with oversight, maybe. Yes, much better than, he does not deserve free reign, and I think that's pretty clear. I don't know this is why you don't commit to a fucking cinematic universe before you got one fucking thing out. What you do is you sit James Gunn down and go, make me a good Superman movie, and then I'll give you the rest. Make me a good, so that'll be provisional. We'll sit you down and you make a good Superman movie, and it makes certain amount of money, and that will trip the part of your contract that can go into a DCU. If you don't, then we'll have to do it case by case basis. It's a really dumb business decision. Just unbelievably fucking stupid business decision to give him that much. And he's the wrong guy to do it. And that was our concern. And it turned out he was the wrong guy to do it, ladies and gentlemen. The DC, well, forever I'm calling it the GCU. It is the Gunn Cinematic Universe. It has nothing to do with DC. None of these characters feel like DC characters. What character Mr. Terrific, did that feel like the DC Mr. Terrific? Or did it feel like James Gunn's Mr. Terrific? The Doom Patrol TV series had a good first season, and then it hit that era of 2016, 17, where all of Hollywood got TDS and intersectional feminism, and it fucking went off the rails. But I really do feel like the first season really captured like the Grant Morrison era of Doom Patrol, which is one of my favorite comics. Absolutely one of my favorite all-time comics. Recommend some Flash comics. Is Jeff Johns good? Yamada and the Seven Witches for 40 yen. I think Jeff Johns is one of the best DC writers ever. I know Snyder fans hate his guts, but as far as writing comic books, and especially with series like I didn't regularly read as a kid. Like I liked Flash as a kid, but I didn't run out. I was a Marvel guy. So as a kid, I didn't buy Flash comics. But and it wasn't until later, like when I grew up. But dude, his Teen Titans, his JSA are top tier comic books. Absolutely recommend Jeff Johns is one of the greatest DC writers ever. I just don't think he's cut out for Hollywood. I don't think he's cut out for Hollywood. All right, let's get to you guys, shall we? So we'll see as more people come to reality about James Gunn now that, and there's a rumor out there from Matt McGloin, who we like Matt. Hail Matt. From Cosmic Book News that his head is metaphorically in Minecraft on the chopping block. That the rumors going around that James Gunn is out at DCU. Now, the fact that people are even entertaining this rumor kind of tells you what you need to know. I don't think he's going anytime soon. I think it's in his fucking contract that they can't get rid of him right away, because that's what I would negotiate if I had all the power. And honestly, I think if James Gunn didn't have such a big ego, like it could still be turned around. You have a foundation here with this cast anyway, where you can make something good out of this. You still can. It's still very possible. First thing I do is delay Supergirl. It's already shot, so you don't release it, you delay it, and you get fucking Batman. You get Batman going right now, and that's your next thing. I'm not against like doing these like cheaper side projects like Clayface, but you do that after Batman. Who was supposed to do Swamp Thing? Who was supposed to do Swamp Thing? It looks like that's going to get delayed. That TV show wasn't bad either. It started out pretty good, actually. Flanagan's doing Clayface. The school of thought is that the X-Men ripped off Doom Patrol. That definitely is. And it really gets into like who conceived what when. And it's very much the DS9 B5 argument. Very much so. Very much so. But I like them both. So I don't care. The Swamp Thing show started out pretty fucking good. Yes. It did. James Mangold. That's right. James Mangold is supposed to do, but he just signed a big old first look deal. So it looks like it's not gonna happen. Flanagan is not a god to me. Flanagan has made some things I like, but he's also made some things I don't like at all. Who's going to get mad at me? Oh, they're not going to. They love me unconditionally. But Blythe Manor, Blythe Manor? Nah. Dr. Sleep? Nah. Is WB being sold? It is eventually. P Money, it is eventually. So the David Ellison from Paramount made an offer, and David Zaslav turned it down. But in that article I just read, it sounds like David Ellison's going to come back with a better offer. You start out with a low one to see where you are. That's part of negotiation. That's fine. He might go directly to the shareholders, which you can do because you have a fiduciary duty to take care of your shareholders. But even if they don't, and David Zaslav splits Discovery away from Warner Brothers, and the whole intent to do that is to get rid of the broadcast part, get rid of CNN, get rid of all the shit. Then they'll sell HBO and basically all the IP from. So it's being sold either way. It is going to be sold either way. I mean, it said it right in the article. Zaslav said it makes it way more valuable if we don't have CNN, which I'm down with. I'm completely down. And maybe that's why Hollywood hates him, because he wants to get rid of CNN. He would be my fucking personal hero, who I still won't trust as a studio head. But if he ditches CNN, it's still going to be around, but it won't have that apparatus behind it. I would be very happy. CNN is horrible for America. Or Bly Manor. I say Blythe Manor, Bly Manor. Sorry. Bly Manor. A lot of people like it. I didn't. It's not my thing. Not my thing. All right, let's get to you guys, shall we? But Warner Brothers, whew, you get control of all of DC. And I mean complete control of all of DC, which means you can license that shit out. They've already licensed some of the shit out, like that stupid CalArts Batman cartoon, the Bat Fam, and then that fucking woke-ass Batman animated series. They fucking suckered Prime into buying those pieces of shit. By the way, that's the only thing Jar Jar Abrams really did for that $250 million he was initially given to have for first right of refusal for Warner Brothers. Fucking Abrams screwed him over. But then, of course, you get distribution rights to Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings proper. So, yes, you could eventually, and this is going to sound sacrilege, and it would be sacrilege, but I promise you, these conversations are being had. They're going to remake The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. And why not? You would retain your rights. Now, I would argue just fucking instead of doing Hunt for Gollum, this is why Warner Brothers is stupid. Instead of doing Hunt for Gollum, you get all of the extra footage from the Peter Jackson trilogy, the greatest trilogy of all time. This is something Peter Jackson has already talked about in the past, of putting in some of the footage that's out there to make a longer, an extended version. Now, this would have taken years. It's too late to do it now. But if you would have done this and then had these things ready by the 25th anniversary, which is next year for Fellowship, by the way, the 25th anniversary is next year. That would have profited more money than the Hunt for Gollum will, which will be a soulless fucking cash grab. And they're talking about making 2 movies out of it. And it's like, you're talking about basically a side story that Gandalf tells in Shadow of the Past and a little bit more at the Council of Elrond. And you want to make an entire fucking movie or 2 out of that? And then Peter Jackson's not even directing. It's Andy Serkis. I say, Have a Lord of the Rings extended version. Some I think it was Drinker mentioned just make it a series, make it a TV series, throw in everything. That's a fucking great idea. Release it in theaters and then put it on HBO. And of course, I'm going to see Hunt for Gollum. I'll be there opening fucking day. Okay, of course. But have I ever watched Comic Book Man? Yes. It's all fake. Oh, look, I've got this Amazing Fantasy 15. I just decided to walk in with. Now, somebody did walk into my store with an Amazing Fantasy 15, but that was only after they called me to make sure I was interested. And then we set up a time, and to make the customer feel comfortable, we did it off hours. I ended up buying it. I'll be watching Hunt for Gollum through my fingers. Yeah, same here. But I'll fuck it. Of course I'm going to watch it opening day. Don't be fooled. Lower Decks is still trash, which it is. Thank you. Fourth Drawer Down for $9.99. I watched a reaction to a movie called Slither. I read this one, but I'll read it again. Earlier today, which I kind of liked, from 2006, written and directed by James Gunn. But you know what? His freaking wife was in it too. Slither is good. Nathan Fillion. I went to the panel for that at Comic-Con. It's good. Primal Mike for $10. Would you rather watch all Kurtzman Trek, not including Picard season 3, since he was barely involved, or Generations on repeat for the same amount of time as all the Kurtzman Trek? That's the easy question. Like I said earlier, give me the bad episodes of TNG and I'll watch it. What the fuck? The nooner is way early today. It is. It is. I was up. Nicholas Peluso, just for being you. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Incel confirmed. I got Gundam's hashtag me too. There you go. Well, wife's back in town, so not an incel for long. But involuntarily celibate. Yeah, when the wife's out of town, I'm an incel. So Tron is absent, and Ares, created by the bad guys, becomes a protector of humans. It's just a copy paste of Rise of Skywalker. Disney doesn't learn. It is. It's the Disney MO. Is it Woogie Boo Beafuff? I don't even know what that is, but thank you for the 5 Canadian pesos. I've tried. I'm just going to say Woogie. Hope you like my Lord of the Rings print I sent you, Gary. I fucking love it, Nick. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And it will be framed. It will be framed. Thank you, Nick. And I've got a space for it too. So we've got on my stairway up to my office is all my Ralph Bakshi cells. That's Tom from Midnight's Edge fault. He DMs me and he goes, dude, Ralph Bakshi's selling his cells for Lord of the Rings. So like 9 cells later, pretty much all of them of Gandalf. But it's Tom's fault. Yeah, and then I have some prints from Kara's husband, which are great. Fucking fantastic. So it's like my fantasy art wall. That's where it's gonna go. Got some Elric prints from WG. Thank you. Horny Elf for $4.99. Gary, at the meetup, I gave you an American flag patch I wore in Afghanistan. I was hoping to see it somewhere in your room tour. It is okay. If you go, I have a couple, Horny, so I'm pretty sure this one is it. If you go on the room tour and you get to the part towards the end where you see the custom, so it's right before it goes in, the focuses is on Gandalf, right? There's a custom famous covers Silver Surfer. You'll see it's like midway up the wall. Look right above his head next to the Tony Gwynn rookie card. That's where it is. It's up there. That's where it is. Where are Wonder Woman, Catwoman, and Zatanna figures? Well, Yamada, you weren't paying attention. There is a Zatanna figure. There's actually Wonder Woman Mego. I'm looking at one right now. So I say you go through it, Yamada, and look a little harder. And there is a 13-inch Zatanna right in front of the Tim Burton Batmobile. Catwoman is on card animated series. It probably didn't show up in camera, but it's right near the Enterprise refit. And there's a Mego Wonder Woman right next to Green Arrow, right next to the monitor that was playing Harry Potter. Boxleitner is a very strong Republican. There you go. Hail Captain Sheridan. I've never heard his politics. And that's probably why he's a Republican, Brendan Lucas. He comes off as like a gentleman. Bruce Boxleitner comes off as a true gentleman. So, and I absolutely love Babylon 5. Love that show. Where are your comics? Do you buy them in omnibus? Says Yamada. My comics are mostly in storage because there's too many of them. But I do have I have an inner closet to my closet, which is behind the Mystique banner that you saw in the video, that has, I'm going to guess, 14 short boxes of books I've been bagging and boarding for Real BBC. But everything else is in 2 storage facilities spread throughout the country. Not just spread throughout the country. I do not buy omnibuses. I do not buy trades. I'll buy like artist edition hardcovers and stuff, but I like comic books. So I'm not a trade guy. I have some, but it's because people have given them to me. I do not buy trades or omnibuses. And I read that one. Varn for €5 says, "Hey Gary, have you ever read or sold Legend graphic novel by Stan Nichols and Fangorn? I myself like it, but Gemmel's book is superior media." Legend. Which one? That's not the one I was looking for. Nope. No, I don't know. Probably. Gary, I love these studio videos, but oh my God, please give me more ship/vehicle porn. Spend some time on them. I can't finish to these fast flybys. Live long and prosper. Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking up. There's kind of all around my room. I don't have the good ones up though. Master Replica Enterprise, that's in a box in storage, unfortunately. But yeah, I've got Cylon Raiders, I got Vipers, I got the Serenity, Battlestar Galactica. I have 3 different versions of the Enterprise refit. Lots of stuff. Gary, I've been around so long, used to laugh at my jokes in the regular chat. Enjoy your takes. Thank you, Coyote Clone. Thank you. Been around for a long time. Hoofley, is it worth getting any modern comics CGC graded? Good question. Would there be any reason to do so when we probably won't see future comic adaptations hit TWD levels? That is a good, well, I mean, if you were in it for the speculator market because movies were being made over it, I think that time has come and gone. Honestly, I think, as a matter of fact, I have seen that bad shows and movies can affect the value of the comics. But it's always been a rule to where if say like the first appearance of the Eternals, well, sell that son of a bitch about a half an hour before the movie premieres. Make sure it's sold or it's going to go down in value. That's pretty normal. Keys are always going to be worth a lot of money, but there is a dip in the market right now. It is a buyer's market for back issues. So if you've got the cash, I say go for it. Will it ever recover? Don't know. Don't know. Comics are aging out. But as far as grading is concerned, I've never liked it. I've never liked grading. CGC is a good company. They're nice people. Nothing against them. But I have yet to find a person who could completely explain the difference between a 9.4 and a 9.6 and a 9.8. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. And I graded comics for a living for a decade and grade my own comics for much longer than that. But if you want to keep it safe and you can hang them on your wall now, sure, why not? But now they offer magnetic plastic sealers, which aren't great. They're not as good as CGC, but they work. But they work. Varn for €5 says, by the way, how do you like motion audiobooks? Yeah. And yeah, it's most likely bootleg. They're all bootleg. I don't care about it. If I get good old audiobooks affordably, I'm fine with them. It'll be fun to see what they can do with them with AI. With AI in the future. My son is really in the Song of Ice and Fire right now. And he's like, they should do an animated one. I'm like, eventually when AI can do it, they will. Or otherwise it'd be too expensive. That one voodoo guy for $20. Hey, Gary, I'll be at the Big Texas Comic-Con this weekend. This is my first trip to San Antonio and want to offer 10% off of any of your listeners who mentioned Nerdrotic at booth 260. You hear this? You get 10% off anything. At his booth 216, Voodoo Art Studio. Hope to see you there. I'll be there. When is SpaceCon? I keep forgetting. It's October 24th. So a couple weeks. I'll be there. Battlesnake for $5. Huge fan, Gary. Thank you. Why do you think no studio has tried to make Spawn movies since 1997? I think a good adaptation could either flop or make $1 billion. Todd McFarlane. Todd McFarlane is a good businessman as far as merchandising is concerned. I would argue a genius. As far as storytelling, I wouldn't call him a genius. He's a genius artist. Love his fucking art. And I like the guy as an entrepreneur. Love the guy as an entrepreneur. He originally wanted to do, up until very recently, Battlesnake, a low budget horror movie with Spawn that was going to be made for like $10 million. I think he just wants to maintain control, which I don't blame him. By the way, Arrow Video is offering up a 4K version of the Spawn movie. I just pre-ordered it. And Battlesnake, it's got a great soundtrack. Where it mixes like electronic and metal. It's great. But I think it's Todd. First time super chatting. All right. Love your content. Tron Ares comes off as this universe's version of Ironheart. It's very much it's Ironheart. It's The Force Awakens. It's Terminator Dark Fate. It's all of those things. And that's why it's terrible. Rick Berman is an old man, so he always drops a sly comment about the new stuff. Brandon Braga still works, but it's clear that he hates it more. Oh, he does. He worked on Orville with Seth MacFarlane, Brendan Lucas. Tron Arse could have been explored. What are the evolved AI or intelligence or something else? What the ISOs? Why didn't you get into the ISOs at all? Bad bill, but they didn't. What they explored was diversity and having a diverse character usurp a legacy's character's role and story. Hot take: Gene Roddenberry would have TDS if he was alive. Absolutely. I don't think that's a hot take at all. He would absolutely have it. Thoughts on Walt and Louise Simonson as writers. Walt's Thor is my favorite run of the character. It's mine too. Jake. Fantastic. Big Worm for $10. The worst part of Star Trek Academy is it could have been awesome. I'd love to see the training that they created: Picard, Janeway, Geordi, Riker, Kim, Worf, etc. The people of STD would have been kicked out. Live long and prosper. You're right. With Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection coming in this Halloween, did you know Mortal Kombat Conquest, the forgotten live action Mortal Kombat prequel show, is on HBO? It is? I completely forgot about it, Master. Wandering Wolf for $5 says they are stretching their acting range by taking on the most challenging roles possible. Like Caesar, the conspirators are all take their turn sticking their knives into Trek's corpse. Yes, Channel Surf. I read that one. I meant to click this one. Fizenthorpe, what's up, Michael? Look at all the new Star Trek they are giving us, and all you can do is complain. Sorry, couldn't resist. Love you, man. Fizenthorpe for $20. Yeah. Whoo. You know, I've been around for a while now here on the YouTubes. As a viewer since pretty much it started. I've had an account on YouTube since 2005. I uploaded my first video, which is just of my kid, in 2006. Avid watcher pretty much the whole time. Creator, started the channel January 7th, 2014. But didn't really kind of fucked around for 4 years. Didn't really get serious until 2017, 18. So we're going on 8 years. And especially covering, Star Trek, Star Wars, Marvel. I have heard that a lot. Fizenthorpe. And you know that. I have heard that a lot. They're giving us all this stuff. All you do is complain. Why can't you just like it? Or don't watch it? Well, for one, I watched shit when it was bad anyway. So the stuff I'm doing now is the stuff I did anyway before. I woke up in the morning, I went to entertainment sites and read stuff. This is way before fucking YouTube. This is shit I did. It's my hobby. It's my passion. It's something I did on the side, and now it's my job, and it's the greatest job in the world. I also hear from people in our sphere that we're being too hard on Tron Ares, that Tron Ares is actually good. Or we're being too hard on Superman. Got a very lengthy letter about somebody who's just fucking pissed at me that I was being too hard on Superman. And my only answer is I'm being honest. If I like Superman, I would tell you. If I thought Tron Ares was even mid, I would tell you. The reason we make so many videos is because so much is genuine shit. If anybody wants to sell me that, no, things are getting better with what? Ironheart? With Tron Ares? With Snow White? Even with the hits? With Minecraft? Are you going to tell me that's cinema? That's a good movie? You fucking kidding me? This has been an extraordinarily bad year for movies. And we get a couple good ones, like F1's good. Weapons is good. Did F1 make any money? Probably not. Probably not, unless Amazon was able to work those sponsorship deals or something, because it cost a lot of fucking money to make. But yeah, I hear that a lot, and I've heard it before. Fizzendorp, we heard it before with many other movies. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, it was. To me, it was. Not my first rodeo to where you hear other channels going, everything's negative. We're gonna change that. We're gonna make our own stuff. I'm just gonna be a YouTuber. When does not watching shows cause them to change? Good question. When does not saying anything cause any change, Matthew? I would argue Hollywood is trying to change. I don't know if they can in certain aspects. They have certainly. I'll give you a great example. Tron Ares. Tron Ares is filled with girl bosses. Go back and watch the trailers. How many times do you see Eve Kim? How many times do you see Jodie Turner-Smith? Very little. Very, very little. They are definitely left out of the trailers. You want to know why? Because they know they had a girl boss turd. They know they had a girl boss turd. But if you want to know what my favorite things are this year, well, of course, Clarkson's Farm, Season 4, Mobland, Weapons, F1. Highly recommend all 4 of those. Tulsa King Season 3, it's all right so far. If you haven't watched Season 1 and 2, those are great. Tulsa King Season 3, it's all right. I owe the members a watch party, which we're going to do soon. People are loving the Demon Slayer. People love the K-pop Demon Hunter. Go out and watch them. That's fantastic. But it's been a shit year for movies. Absolute shit year for movies. The year of the Slotbuster. Tard Trek. That's what it is, Snicks. Thank you for the $2. Hale, any meetups in Arizona while you're here for Quest? Maybe like an informal one. White chocolate. They should do a Klingon focused show, but they won't because it would be too toxic masculine. You're right. Jim Little for $4.99. It would be hugely popular. Yeah, if like the right people were on it, sure. Starfleet's prime directive is to protect unprepared civilizations from the danger of LGBTQ plus P plus ideology, evils of communism, and creative bankruptcy. I wish. Thank you for being a new member. Didn't McCoy give an old man one pill and he grew a new kidney? Yes. A warrior doesn't cross his legs like that. No, they don't. And they don't skip leg day either. Every Klingon ritual is the same, facing danger alone. Yes, Brendan Lucas. Got into so much trouble at work for identifying as a toxic male. Well, you should. Not get in trouble. You should just identify as a toxic male. That's what you should. All right, we're going to get to some squaring up. Oh, I'm reading a message here. Hang on. What's up, RMB? Hang on. Where was I? Here we go. Anonymous for $6.68. Hail FNT. Thank you all for the impact of the show. You're welcome. I listen on Spotify every day. Dude, that is great to hear. Because actually our Spotify numbers are quite good. So a lot of people listen on Spotify. Every day on the way to the library and was able to get into my dream college. Oh, good. Thanks for keeping me consistent. You're welcome. Hail Drinker. Been a fan since the Brie Larson YouTube challenge days or channel days. It was also a challenge. You're right. So that's why, fellow content creators, that's why audio is important, more important than your camera, because most people just listen. And you can take your live stream and turn it into a podcast. So that's why it's always good to take the keep the listener in mind. I think you guys are doing God's work. If you are able to do a con, I will help in any way I can because you guys helped me in the worst year of my life. Oh, no. Sorry you had the worst year of your life, but I'm glad that things are better. I legit can help. Maybe Az will fly out. Captain, my captain, says Zap for $10. Love to have Az fly out and Mahler come out. Yes, I would love that. 21 Palika and Jesus Davila have donated Nerdrotic memberships. Thank you very much. Charlotte C for $2 Australian dollars. Ryan, oh, I don't even want to say this. Ryan, you're hot. Don't be ashamed of being the flag. Shakalaka King for $5 says, lost my job due to layoffs at Funcom. That's not fun. That's fucked. And a friend found out he has cancer. That's even worse. Been a rough few weeks. Grateful for all of you for lifting my spirits. Anything we can do. Sorry about that. Anything we can do. Make you chuckle a little bit. Definitely at our expense. Shake from Hunger Team. What's up, brother? Thank you for the $2 donation. Eric K for $5 says, Elliot Page will be Hercules and Athena is a No. I know Athena was a black woman. Who's going to be Hercules? Is Eric, are you there? Is that true? Okay, no. Good. I was like, that cannot be true. But Athena is being played by a strong black woman. Yes. But I mean, maybe they can, I don't know. Elliot Page was on the X-Men reunion as an ex-woman at New York Comic Con. Jackson Cagle donated $2, says $1.05. Freedom cost $1.05. Axe Bear, who cares, for $20 says first time donor. Thank you. Thanks for all you do, except Az. Yeah, I feel the same way. Buster Nutsmash for $19.99. Az, if you wear a bear suit in a stream, Blair White will DM you. Just saying. Okay. Buster Nutsmash also donated $19.99 to say Pong. The Under Armour Gamer for $2 says, Ryan, explain the we already did the TGSDD thing mistake. LOL. So it's things Jeremy said to do. That's what it means. Show off your pillow, Jeremy. The Trump body pillow. No, he can't. It's too stained. Miles for $2 says, did you see Death by Lightning trailer? I have not. Steel Leg of History for $5. Thanks for the shout out. You're welcome, brother. Flint Ironstag for $1,500. I like my Wonder Man the same way Wonder Bread. I like my Wonder Man the same way I like my Wonder Bread. White. Oh my God, the recast, John Majors in another Marvel movie. Ryan, probably. Ministry of Wrong Thing. Night of the Seven Kingdoms trailer was awesome. Title card did give weird 6 Feet Under vibes, though, with the lone tree. The reason the tree's there is it's part of its sigil, his sigil on his shield. It's part of his sigil on his shield. Part of his sigil on his shield. Any plans to watch or review Deathstalker? Yes. I mean, we'll do it on stream. We'll do it on stream. When talking about the medieval fantasy sets, Monty Python did a great they did. Considering their limited resources, they actually did great. I am buying drinks with some Aussie rubles, says Martin D. Turner, for 10 Aussie rubles. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms is important for the books if George would ever finish them. You're right. Who is it for $5? Well, it leads to, all the stories have impact on the greater story, right? So the Hedge Knight takes place after the first Blackfire Rebellion, and they all have something to do in some way or another with the Blackfire Rebellion. The Blackfires are Targaryens. It's a bastard house that split off, but it's still Targaryen blood. And they never got access to the throne, but it leads into young Griff and the possibility he's a Blackfire in the main story. I'm not going to bore you with it. But we also see Blood Raven later on, who is the three-eyed raven. And I don't think they're going to film anything new, but if they do, there's, we could put Aemon Targaryen in. That's a connection. But it ends with the tragedy at Summerhall, which there is no book for, which is very impactful in the story. It's the birth of Rhaegar Targaryen. FFS, for fuck's sake, says Graph Web. For fuck's sake, cancel Disney Plus. That also means canceling Hulu and ESPN. So, has anybody gone out there and tried to change your status on Hulu, right? So you go and if you, like I had the full on live TV thing and I was going to get rid of it a while back. And it gave me the option to change, and then it would never turn the change over. I don't know if that's just happening to me, if it's happened to anybody else. So what I had to do was cancel the whole fucking thing and then re-up just with Hulu. Right. And they really want to push bundles on you now, so you have to get Disney. Disney Plus is, for one, fuck Disney Plus, but there's nothing on it. Oh, well, there's Marvel movies and Star Wars. Well, I own all that shit. So there's nothing on it that I need. I'd say the only thing arguably that's on it that you need is the Daredevil series. That's it's not well, they actually did make season 1 and 2 on Blu-ray. So you could probably get those on Blu-ray. They didn't do season 3, but you can get a bootleg. But it's Blu-ray, it's not 4K. Can't think of a fucking thing else you'd want to. I guess Something Wicked This Way Comes was, they were like, oh, it's going to be on streaming for the first time. It's like, get it on Blu-ray. Just get it on physical media. They made one. That's a great movie, by the way. Great movie. Tron Ares, ripoff of the 80s show Automan, maybe. It did, Tron Ares did make me go back and watch Tron Legacy, and Tron Uprising, which was pretty good. Tron Uprising is pretty good. One season. It's got Bruce Boxleitner. But I've been listening to the Daft Punk soundtrack pretty much nonstop. So that's the good that came out of it. Jackson Cagle says, hail chat. Hail Jackson. 50 pages or 50 pounds. What's that for? X-Ray Girl. Or 50 pounds M? That must have been a reference. I'm sorry. It must have been a reference to something we were saying. J. Kell for $5. I don't want to be in bad movies anymore, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Wi-Fi is lagging. Parting typos. Chuck, it's okay. You don't ever need to apologize for any kind of technical glitch to us. We are the last people who should be judging you for that. Tron Legacy was better than the original. Fight me. Is Tron Legacy, chat, what do you think about that? Is Tron Legacy better than the original? I don't know. No. So the original, many people, okay. How you doing? How you doing, brother? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. All right. So no, Tron Legacy is not better than the original, but I like Tron Legacy. Tron and Tron Legacy, for me anyway, are 7 out of 10 movies. They're not the greatest thing ever made. They're groundbreaking, but I remember watching Tron and people were going, well, these are groundbreaking special effects. And they were. They also weren't very good, even for the time. I'm seeing some people maybe who weren't alive back then saying like, for the time, these were considered amazing special effects. No. It was part of the aesthetic. So it was supposed to look grid-like. But if you're going to argue with me that it looked good back then, no, it didn't. It did not. But it was part of the aesthetic, and I liked it. But keep in mind, it came out the year Blade Runner came out. So before we go to groundbreaking special effects, it was in concept. In concept. But I really like the idea and the story, and that's what kept you engaged in. I genuinely like Tron. Not everybody did. It was, if you went to go see Tron back in 1982, you are just labeling yourself a nerd, and you're going to get your ass kicked. But for people who were not alive back then going, it was really groundbreaking at the time. No, it wasn't. Blade Runner was. Douglas Trumbull was. It was cool. But it wasn't really groundbreaking or even good. Remember in Tron when they digitized the orange? Remember? Yes. And they brought it back to do the orange tree, and they made it edible somehow without explaining. And again, Disbrew brought it up on FNT, and he's not wrong. It's like they do this shit all the time. Just fucking make up some bullshit. Say the quantum tachyon. Say we reverse the polarity on the quantum tachyon field. Something. Martin Sesbreggy for 2,000 Huffington Posts. Howdy. My big dumb pup ate some Xanax. Oh, shit. Gave us a fright for life. We had to rush him to the vet. Luckily, he pulled through. Oh, okay. How did your pup get Xanax? You had to pump his stomach, didn't you? I've had to do that with dogs too. Oh, your poor puppy. He's probably was like, what the fuck is this shit? Afterwards, we realized we had our own version of Saving Rocket and Guardians. Luckily, with a similar positive outcome. Damn, life feels good now. Hope you all are good too. And I'm glad your doggo's okay. Those doggos, they get into trouble. Lord Asperger's for $4.99. I can't think of anything in the last 5 years, worth going to see in theaters like the bangers from the 80s. Okay, let's be real. What is an absolute banger movie that came out in the last 5 years that you would recommend going to see in the theaters that'll be remembered? What, Top Gun Maverick? What else, chat? Coda? Never heard of it. Dune? Okay, Dune Part 1. Okay. F1? Is it a banger? Barbie? Barbie will be remembered for a long time, so I'll give you that. Oppenheimer? I love Sisu. But okay, well, I think we have to set parameters. Godzilla -1, absolutely 100%. Not that you like the movie. There's a lot of movies we like and we could differ on, but what are basically universally loved films that were box office bonanzas that will be remembered, or something like Godzilla -1, something that was so fucking good and universally loved that it will be remembered for a long time? It was pretty clear to me, even as a youngster, that Blade Runner was something different and something that's going to be remembered for a long time, if anything, for the special effects, but it went a lot deeper than that. It was pretty clear to me, and probably to a lot of you, that when we saw Fifth Element, we saw something special. Like, in other words, you're seeing something like special. Top Gun Maverick is better than Top Gun. It is. It's a better movie than Top Gun. Godzilla -1 is phenomenal. Something that from the last 5 years that you like will look back on that, and I saw somebody say Terrifier. Maybe I haven't seen Terrifier. Like, would even Weapons be like that? I don't know if Weapons would be like that. I don't know. But something that's going to go down and, something you'll remember forever. Something timeless. Not a lot. War of the Worlds, Matt. You're right, Matthew. Not a lot. Anyone read Dennis E. Taylor's Bobbyverse? Thoughts? I have not. Cy-Feron. Prophet JD for 35 Zardozes. For most, a good movie is one that made them feel good, and vice versa with bad. Yes. Breaking. There are at least 19 people missing after an explosion in a Tennessee bomb factory that produces for the military. I didn't even hear about this, Jason. Are they dead? Let's see. Yeah, they died. 16 people died. Holy shit. James Gunn brings small duck energy to the DCU. Please replace the U in duck. Oh, yeah. Small dick energy. You could say small dick energy. So James Gunn brings small dick energy to the DCU. And I had to do this because YouTube is censoring SP up north. That's of the north. That's gay that they censored. Mad Dog for $9.99. HBO is picking bad dates. I checked X trending and Peacemaker wasn't in the top 30. Football is going on, but I bet Sir Duncan the Tall will be top 10 when it premieres on Sunday night during playoffs. Absolutely, Mad Dog. So Peacemaker didn't even pop up in the Nielsen ratings, which is the industry standard. You can go to Luminate, but Luminate is still algorithmic and not actually looking at minutes watched. It's also dealing with some of the same stuff that Parrot Analytics deals with, and Samba. So it's not going to show up in Nielsen's. Night of the Seven Kingdoms will chart. I promise you it'll chart. I don't know if it's not going to chart and get the numbers that House of the Dragon is going to get, but it will be well received on a much smaller level. My orangutan named Bill is missing, says Corn Pop, or your Orgegotten. Ministry of Wrong Thing for $1.99. Tell him, Monica. I vote for Henry as James Bond, says TJ Jordan. I'm not against that. Me thinking of Peacemaker season 2, Batman Beyond Joker. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. Oh, what the heck. I'll laugh anyway. From the diary of Ryan Kinnell. Sometimes I wish my lawn was emo so it would cut itself, says Snex. The season 4 trailer of The Witcher felt so familiar that I realized it's almost exactly the same trailer for Jupiter's Legacy. Seriously, watch the two back to back and you'll see. No way, TJ Jordan. How do you even remember the trailer from Jupiter's Legacy? Holy crap. Thank you for the $10. Arg another name for $19.99. How badly do you all think what is this? P-Redditor bad film will wind up doing at the box office? Do you think there is a chance it'll do badly enough to give the franchise a break? So Predator Badlands, I think it performs kind of like Romulus. That's my guess, which was considered to perform well. I don't know if I'm probably not going to like it, but we'll see. That stop. See that. Oh, that stop. What? Mad Dog, that stop Seni, I thought was cringe. I don't know what that is. Sorry, Mad Dog. Zoroaster for $10. Gary, I was under my truck changing my oil when the glass house comment was made. My forehead has a boo-boo on it now. For Az, yes. TJ Jordan for $5. Me, after hearing about the female Voldemort rumors, we were already have female Voldemort within canon. Her name is Bellatrix. This is true. Bellatrix is awesome, by the way. Terrible villain and awesome. Southeastern Kaiju for $4.99. FYI, y'all. The 1936 Olympics proved that some people are faster, superior at running than others. This is true. Happy Friday, FNT. Happy Friday to you, Church Jack, on a Monday. Love y'all. Don't catch you live often. I'm currently writing a fantasy novel. Any suggestions? Make it good. The Meister for $9.99. Make it good. Think about verisimilitude. Think about your magic. Think about your power levels. Mainly think about your characters. Wonder Man trailer reaction. We did one, Mad Dog. We did. It looks like they're trying to lean in a funny way to the race swapping characters. We'll see how they go about it. I can guess. Dead Dingo Dan for $20 Australian. Hail, everybody. After watching the Predator Badlands trailer, I had a horrible thought. What if this is a prequel to Alien Earth and the planet is set on is where they captured all the alien? Oh, God. That almost makes sense. Robert Hayes for $9.99. Winter runners win. Winter runners win okay. Winter runners win ever understand how to make superhero movies. X-Ray Girl just copy and pasting. They've been bouncing back and forth. So when have showrunners ever understood how to make superhero movies? They've been bouncing back and forth between silly and serious ever since Superman 2 and 3. There's a balance that can be achieved. I would say, look at Iron Man. Look at Iron Man. Look at the Avengers. Look at phase 1 and even phase 2. That's a pretty good balance. Man of Steel, pretty grim movie, but still pretty hopeful movie. But it can be grim at parts. Mad Dog for $9.99. Glazing, hating leads to views. I wish we can go into things without the background knowledge today. I liked F4 and Superman, nothing like Iron Man, but good. This finale was shit. Watch Task, great show. I'm going to watch Task, Mad Dog. I'm going to watch Task. We need to go in to the Capitol. TJSTD says Ministry of Wrong Thing. Jacob Twig for $4.99. I am tired of people saying Zack Snyder is not a good director. He's a great director. Rebel Moon sucked. Gay Little Kada for $1. Thank you, Gay Little Kada. A boy named Blue. You're my boy, Blue, for $1.99 says vehemently oppose leftist losers. TJSTD. Dung is fun for $5 says from the fence post to the tree. Hassan's dog will be free. Hassan. So there is now been multiple videos. Let's see if I can find it. Is it Tectone? There he is. So Tectone tweeted this yesterday, late last night. Let's get there. I thought that, or maybe not. There it is. There are now 7 videos of Hassan electrocuting his dog leaked in the past 24 hours. Same movement, same motion, same reaction, every single clip. More will surface as soon as well. This man is using his dog as a prop for 6 to 8 hours a day, just to seem more human, to seem more relatable. He is willing to severely reduce the dog's quality of life. Everything he does is for optics. He goes live, looks his audience in the eye, and lies because he knows they're too stupid to call him out. He gets his pussy-ass content creators and even his girlfriend to cover his ass every turn. Even Twitch itself runs defense for this piece of shit. This is their hero.
Of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America... Kaya, please just fucking
reaching over.
Just stop.
Boom. Right there.
A commemorative mug I got from England. Commemorative mug I got from England specifically for a commemorative mug I got from England.
Over again. Right there. Boom.
Commemorative mug I got from England. Absolute garbage. Did you compare this to the Japanese airport experience? Yeah, the Japanese airport experience is like everything works. Everything works. Everything is fast. Kaya, place.
Grabs the thing.
Yep.
Get back there. What is this? Don't worry.
I mean, that's 100% right.
Motherfucker, come here. Stay. If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone. Stay.
Different dog, obviously.
Stay. If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll act.
I put up a post about this on Twitter. This may come as a surprise to some people, but Hassan Piker is a piece of shit. Anybody who you can judge people how they treat other people and how they treat animals, especially dogs. Now, here in America, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way in the UK and in civilized Western civilization, we love our dogs. We love our dogs more than we love people. And if you want one way to ruin your career, your life, mistreat a dog. Now, there are people out there who hate dogs. And those are the kind of people you shouldn't trust in your life. We could disagree on certain things, but I mean, deal breakers for me is I wouldn't trust a single person who hates a dog and treats animals like that. This guy has shown over and over again that he's a piece of shit, saying that, you know, people at 9/11 deserved it. This is also the guy from Bro Tips. Does he genuinely believe what he says? I think he does. It is surprising that we have like meathead communists now. That's a little surprising, but why not? Because you have to be retarded to think communism will fucking work. He's also a trust fund kid. He's never had to fucking work a day in his fucking life. Doesn't know anything about consequences or adversity. None of that stuff. Has always been protected. Little mommy's boy. Has to go get his nuggies. And a lot of people listen to him. And you know what? That's a fact. It's a disappointing fact of life. And so many people live in fear of his audience. I don't. Fuck that shit. If you're sweeping for a dude who abuses a dog, fuck you. But to keep your dog as a prop, that is achieving a new low. But I'm not surprised. He probably had somebody and I know nothing about him other than the bullshit I've seen on Twitter, which is enough. But I wouldn't be surprised if some management agency, some agent goes, you know what will help humanize you a little more? You know what will help? People love animals. So if you have your dog in the background of your live streams, it'll attract more viewers because people love dogs. And what does this fucking idiot see it as a prop to where it has to always be in the screen. So it sounds like something some agent maybe advised him on that he's going to do. Dogs require work to train and they require a lot of love, usually from an empathetic person who he is not empathetic. He's narcissistic. We know all this shit about Hassan. I guess Fox News put him on blast. He's going to be fine. Nothing's going to fucking happen to him. His audience is not going to change. Twitch isn't going to fucking do anything about him, and this will pass. We shouldn't let it pass. But it's crazy of all the fucking shit he said that this is going to get him. And it should, because this is the lowest thing I've seen him do. You could say fucking stupid shit. I don't care. But you're this is an action. This is a deliberate action of abusing a fucking dog. So fuck you, you fucking piece of shit, you pussy fucking piece of shit. You can hit the gym all you want, bro. All you want. To try to cover up from how much of a fucking pussy you are. Look at how he acts when like people like him and his listeners and viewers comes up. He fucking practically shits his fucking pants. Typical commie. Typical commie. But what was some of the people going? I wish people got this upset over the genocide in Palestine. How do Palestinians treat their dogs? Yeah, love Sam Hyde. Hassan Piker! I'm coming to kill you! Oh, you're just kidding. No! I am. I'm going to your house. I'm going to wear your skin as a suit. Oh, that was fucking great moment. So, fuck Hassan Piker. Fuck anybody who fucking backs him abusing his fucking dog, and fuck any piece of shit who would use a dog as a prop for your fucking streaming. But why am I surprised? People use their kids as props for streaming in this world. If it took him down, if this is the thing that takes him down, I honestly, if this doesn't take him down, nothing will. I think if hypothetically he murdered somebody on a stream, that wouldn't take him down. Fucking Twitch. What a joke. It's bad enough. Like, I never watched Twitch, but it went from like gaming streams to whores and bathtubs, which I respect more than this, by the way, to fucking leftist wacko commentary, to all they do is talk about each other now. So what's the Twitch ecosphere is what probably on the top 1%, it's like 7 or 8, maybe 10 people who just fucking talked about each other and stream for hours on end, as I hit 3 hours and 30 minutes. But mostly sitting around watching other people's content. And some are good at it. Asmongold's good. Asmongold reacted to one of my videos. Thank you, Asmongold. I appreciate that. I truly do. Sorry about your dad too. Fuck cancer. But Hassan, he's going to get away with this. And it's a valuable lesson that life is not fair. Life is not fair. But it's good to know that there are people out there who are perfectly fine listening to some trust fund commie who will abuse his dog. And some people will just fucking believe and do anything because there are followers and there's leaders in this world. Jesus Christ. No, it's the shocking, but it's even if it wasn't a shock collar, the thought of like, I'm training this dog to be in this one little corner in the back of my fucking live stream. So I will seem more human and likable and relatable to people. While not understanding that it is completely inhuman to use a dog as a prop for streaming to look more relatable. Unfucking believable. So fuck that piece of shit. We're here a lot of we hear a lot about bad media, but what about bad ads? What are some of the panel's least favorite, most annoying commercials? Well, I don't watch a lot of commercials anymore, Gene the Revenant, for $5, because I mainly watch physical media or streaming. And the only time I even potentially see commercials are like when I'm watching Skinwalker Ranch or Ancient Aliens, and I can fast forward them. But every commercials were really that started the dumb dad thing. That, The Simpsons, those were like the early day. I like it, but Married with Children starts like the dumb dad thing, and it's really gone on way too long. But commercials are where woke shit was going in commercials first. Patient zero. Mr. Derp for $4.99. Has anyone seen Black Rabbit Netflix with Jason Bateman yet? I have not. Wife wants to check it out, but I haven't heard anything about it. Hail to all and thanks. I haven't either. Maybe the chat can chime in. Gunn is a one-trick pony, says Jake Twig for $4.99. You are correct. The Ron for £5 proper money. Really enjoyed Good Boy. The dog, speaking of dogs, the dog acting in this movie gave Jed from JC's The Thing a run for his money. And what are your thoughts on Knights of the Seven Kingdoms? I love the trailer, but I'm also a fan of the books. I can understand like Jeremy from Jeremy's perspective of like, what the fuck was that? but it's genuinely a very good story, and I highly recommend the graphic novel. The Hedge Knight, art by Mike S. Miller. Legion 484th Grand Battalion Catafrat for $5 says, what's your favorite movie charges? Mine is Chamberlain Charge in 1993. Oh, you mean charges? Like, oh, the Rohirrim. Without a doubt. The Rohirrim in the Battle of Penland Fields. The Rohirrim. At least it isn't Raid Shadow Legends. Is that my ad read? It might be someday. You never know. You can marry a cousin if they have nice Crocs. Things Jeremy said to do. The Tron chase scene makes no sense. There are light wall, but no cutoffs. The world also isn't limited to make a turn somewhere. 10 minutes is enough. Well, the thing I had, it's a cool looking scene, but the thing I was constantly thinking about was how long do those light walls last? And how many people did you kill? But it looked cool. But the whole invasion into the real world, they did nothing with it. It's all surface level. Can you name a series or movie which seemed good from the start to finish, but now you dislike? For me, it was Newsroom. It is full of left propaganda, says Varn for $5. A show that I used to like, but basically the politics of it would turn me off now. Is that what you're saying? I know there's one that exists. I didn't like the Newsroom. I saw the Newsroom for what it was back then, bunch of leftist propaganda. What could I probably not stomach now? I'd have to think about that. I know one exists. Chat will probably have some good suggestions. Murphy Brown. Yeah, I'd probably, I watched Murphy Brown and I'd probably hate it now. Yeah. 60 Minutes. Westworld season 1. Haven't rewatched it in a while, but you maybe. Ted Lasso, says the chat. West Wing. I never liked West Wing. Angry. I also saw it as leftist propaganda. Night Court is better. Bosom Buddy. I'm not going to go back and watch Bosom Buddy. The Wire. I haven't rewatched The Wire in a while, but that might be one. Well, dude, Chad, you said Game of Thrones, but I'm specifically of the politics of the time not being as offensively bad as it would be now. The West Wing was called The Left Wing. I think even Rush Limbaugh called it The Left Wing. I loved The Wire. I don't know how I'd feel about it now. Bones was great for a few seasons. I fucking love Bones. Bones, House. Those are good shows. Carnival's a very fun rewatch. Sopranos is Sopranos better than The Wire? Yeah, I like Sopranos better than The Wire. I do. Boardwalk Empire is good. Very good. The Tron chase scene. Could you do panel? What are your thoughts on shock collars? I think I can speak for everybody. Fuck shock collars. They do exist. As a matter of fact, it's not a shock collar, but Jeremy Clarkson uses on his goats the little shock fence. But as far as a dog is concerned, if you want to train your dog, train your fucking dog. You don't need a shock collar. They're completely unnecessary. Fuck shock collars. Not shock collars, shock collars. I'm fine with shock collars. Hunter Davrock for $9.99. Okay. Want to know a huge, great missed opportunity we should have gotten? A Mel Brooks parody of Lord of the Rings. He easily would have made the dwarves Jewish. That would have been kind of funny. A Lord of the Rings parody. That would have been funny. Big Ounce for $5. Since I missed this week's Real BBC, I thought I'd send this here. Oh, thanks. Weekly Marvel versus DC. Bullseye versus Malcolm Merlin. Oh, Bullseye. And I'm a Big Ounce. I'm going to choose Bullseye because I just like him better as a villain. Bullseye is one of my favorite villains. So Tron Ares is girl bossing, not surprised. Everything with Disney is done by design. Think I'll give this a pass. Shill writers under orders. Yeah, there's a lot of standing and gaslighting with this movie. I think I saved one. Hang on, let me see. I did bookmark a tweet that's funny that didn't age like milk. It aged like milk. Let's see if I could find it. Let's see if I can find it. Mahler's out there calling him out, which is good. Where is it? It was some Tron Stan account came out and said, God, I hope I bookmarked it. Give me just a moment. Oh, maybe I didn't. Shit. God, I thought I did. Hang on. Give me a moment. There was a Tron Stan account out there that said something to the effect of, well, it looks like it's going to open to, what did it say? $80 million. And that's not so bad. It makes back almost half of its budget. God, I wish I could find this tweet. I can't. Damn, I thought I bookmarked it too. I did not, though. Shit. Let's see if I can find it. One moment. I can't find. Damn it. That sucks. I wish I would have kept that one. But it was something to the effect of somebody, a Tron Stan account said, based on its original projections, which I think were 80 to 90 million worldwide, and it posted this big thing, and this was on the 8th. It said, Tron Ares projected to make back half its budget in its opening weekend. That doesn't sound like a flop to me. Oof. Let's see if I can find. And it was like Tron, it's something to the effect of like Tron Ares. Is this it? Is it Tron Ares is out? No. But yeah, it put out basically, and then people were going, I think this is it, but there's too many. God, these fucking Stans accounts are too much. I won't waste any more time on it. But yeah, it was fucking hilarious. It's like, it looks like Tron Ares is going to make half its budget back in 1 week. Suck it, haters. Oof. Oof. FNF, can I get a shout out for my cat, Louie, who unfortunately passed away yesterday? R.I.P. Louie. Stifler's dad. R.I.P. Louie. R.I.P. Louie the cat. Darty for 10 euros says, hail, you lovely panel. Would you consider bringing in Devon Erickson as a guest? The one who made that fantastic Twitter post about George R. Martin and his inability to finish Game of Thrones, plus quite an author. Cheers. Yes. Pre-release of 4th of July, I predicted 2,000 million. What is this? Pre-release on 4th of July, I predicted 200 million total box, or yeah, it's not 2,000 million, X-Ray Girl. I predicted 200 million total box office between Superman, F4, and Jurassic World. It's 2005. That makes me 99.75% right. Snack Krog, that is some fucking weird math. That sounds like some Steiner math there, buddy. Some Steiner math. I really want to find that tweet so I can retweet it and blast him. Damn it. But it looks like he's just coming to reality now. It's like, oops. Oh, well. There was another one I wanted to show, though. That was in my bookmarks. Hang on. Yeah, this one. It's probably made the rounds, but I love it. He probably deleted it. You're probably right. This is some AI, but it's funny. This is what AI should be used for.
And she's off, door open, beer in hand, clean grab, caps off mid-stride, that's textbook, to the recliner, pass made, first sip, stop the clock, 5.12 seconds.
Germany quick and surgical, Mexico with the rhythm, France swirling smooth, look at USA flying, USA scrubbing to glory, that shines gold! Oh, Germany's brush snaps, goo all over her! The crowd goes wild and the US basin is crystal...
USA!
And they're off. The Danish athlete quick out of the gate, a smooth S pattern with the canister. Jamaica right on her hip, USA accelerating on the far lane.
Oh, come on!
In the women's vacuum final!
Look at Clark, push that stick back.
Beautiful straight lines already! Brown's closing in, Lou trying to keep pace, but Clark...
Olha a velocidade da Ana Luísa no chão. Movimentos circulares, espuma perfeita, cronômetro na casa dos 23 segundos.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I know there's a bunch, like somebody shared a bunch under him too. We're not going to show them all, but 71 is that just hang on. 71 Ghost Man rant for $5 says, not a flat earther, but I do question NASA. We do not have any telescopes on the Earth that can view the landing sites on the moon. There was a satellite that mapped the surface, but even those photos are fuzzy. But yeah, but that satellite does clearly show pictures. We landed on the moon. If you want to argue that we doctored some of the footage, I'm open to that. We landed on the moon. Got a great idea for a right-wing Crow movie. Have Ashley Babbitt come back from the dead to get Michael Bird, Ray Epps, and Nancy Pelosi. The best part, have Sydney Sweeney play Ashley Babbitt. Okay, nappers. Sounds good. Ryan Kinnell for $10 on the Streamlabs said, illegal alien and inner city jokes are pretty much the same. Once you heard one, you've heard Jamal. Once you've heard one, you've heard Jamal. Bastion 72 for $2. Might I suggest a Halen fire suppression system versus water-based. What? Ryan Kinnell for $10. Failed my last biology exam. The question was, name something commonly found in cells. Apparently, young Gary wasn't the right answer. Fucking A, it's not. Is it Wong to tell a Chinese joke? It's not Wong. It's not Wong. Out of all of the FNT panel members, only Gary enjoys sex in the shower. The rest of us have never been to prison. Optics Prime. There are only 2 Tron movies. You're right. Ryan Kendall for $10. Orlando is starting to annoy me. There are more trans here than X-Ray Girls family reunion. How do I know X-Ray Girl just robbed my house? I'm missing math books. My laundry was folded. My PC was upgraded. And 3 hours later, she is still trying to back out of my damn driveway. Arm Slave for $10. The trailer is literally what I initially thought of Lower Decks. None of them would make it through the Academy, but this takes it up to no way in hell would the Academy accept them. We saw their standards in TNG. Hell, we saw their standards in the San Francisco Academy game. Wesley, 1924 for $5. The lady in the 1950s era gymnasium sounds a lot like Pete Hegseth. Not no more fatties get to wear the uniform. There you go. And Incel confirm. I read that one. I read that one. All right. Got a few more to read here. I'm getting caught up. Sorry. Read that one. Read that one. Haven't read that one. Okay. So get it. She's from Brendan Lucas for £5 British. She's an Andromedan. They have the power to create everything except love. Luckily, she has a group of friends to teach her the meaning of that. Why would anyone trust Barry Weiss to run anything? Shake my head. Just watch her Rogan appearance and then her Mara appearance. She's a big flip-flopper. Yeah, her Rogan appearance was kind of embarrassing. She didn't know a lot of stuff. There's people who are really good at writing and research because they have the time to check their notes and everything. But you're talking about somebody running a news agency and can't come up with something on the fly. I think that's a bit of a problem. But she's pissing off the left a lot. Trailer looks like woke Target commercial. No indication of Starfleet has a structured military organization. No discipline, uniform codes, nothing. Gay as fuck. The Twicky Kid for $4.99. If Starfleet Academy classes are on a ship, that has to be their version of the short bus. Derek PG Byler says, made a video on my channel about how Picard season 2 woke me up to all the Hollywood tropes and destructions of IP. Oh, go check it out. It's a needed video. Kurtzman has that thing KK has where they think the trad stories only appeal to older men, as if the storyline didn't build an audience originally. No, why would you want to make stuff for 50-year-olds? That's a Kathleen Kennedy quote about Galaxy's Edge. There's even pics of Gary without a beard. Freaky. Yes, there are. It's freaky. Should James Gunn have some checks and balance to help him do a better job? Yeah, he shouldn't like write anything anymore for the DCU, like anything. I was initially excited for Lantern, so was I, but now I'm terrified Gunn will ruin them, to which sucks. I'd love the Green Lantern comic. I don't know. They've struggled adapting them. They have, Jake. But I mean, will it have Gunn's influence? I think that's coming out next. I think it comes out before Supergirl. Eddie Brock 9043 for $5.99. It's a good thing you're not reading Marvel anymore because the current X-Men crossover Age of Revelation has San Francisco as the capital of the U.S. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no regrets leaving that. The Klingon sounds like Smilo Ren. He does. Love the Chan. Thanks for all you do. How do you all rate the top 3 racing movies of the last decade? Gran Turismo, F1. I'd say Ford versus Ferrari is number 1, F1 number 2, Gran Turismo number 3. I liked all 3 of them, though. The new 9th season of 911 is bringing the Jeff Bezos Orbit Crew girl boss meme to life. Please watch a review. And there's nothing bad, since there's nothing bad on at the time. CW cringe. But we're being too hard on the CW now. Eddie Brock. Peacemaker season 2 I mean, a lot of the CW is shit, but Peacemaker season 2 is no different. It's just rated R. If Paramount bought WB, it would sell off the DC. I don't know. I don't think so. They can make a lot of money doing that, but I don't think so. To who? Do I want a Son of Satan 1/6 scale? Andy, absolutely. 100%. Old school? Hell yeah. Wish they'd make one. But hell yes. Gary, can you grade an X-Men giant size 1 for me? As long as I'm not grading your giant size man thing, that's fine. But yes, I can. If I see you. If you see me at the con, I can grade it for you. Great runs of She-Hulk and female Captain Marvel. Great runs of She-Hulk can go all the way back to this. I don't know if it's great, but there's Savage She-Hulk. But then if you get into the Byrne run, actually She-Hulk's a little better. The solo comic is good while Byrne is on it, but she's actually better in Fantastic Four. As far as Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel from the Bronze Age are pretty fun. And she's a pretty decent character in the early 2000s. Yamada. Carol Danvers. First scene in Man of Steel is an all-timer. It's a good scene. F1 is still my favorite of the year. Roofman is good too. I heard Roofman's pretty good. I did. Why are they making Ahsoka season 2? Who even asked for it? Kathleen Kennedy, D's Weebos. Dave Filoni. Everybody wanted Dave Filoni. Now he's in charge, and he's going to have his basically his blow-up doll be the center of the universe. I mean, that's aside from having sex with his dog. That's a joke, by the way. Did you hear they are rebooting Airwolf and $6 Million Man in a shared universe? Should we be excited or worried? It'd have to be the $6 billion man, thanks to inflation. There'd be a time I'd love it, but yeah. It sounds like they could put other stuff in there too, not just $6 Million Man, the Bionic Woman, Airwolf. You can throw an A-Team in there. Matthew Hammond for $2 says, when is the Gavin Newsom hate channel starting? Oh, as soon as he announces his presidency. I'm doing good. Hi, King Feanor. Alpha Chad of Middle Earth. Invite Nick Freitas on your Newsom channel. I will. I absolutely will. Had a nightmare when I was 6 that Captain Kangaroo was the bad guy from Tron. He ran me off a cliff in his tank. That's dark. Wonder what the analysis for that is. Wired Eddie became a member. Thank you, Wired Eddie. Welcome. Madam Web is truly timeless. Still can't forget it. You know, another thing I forgot, I had it in my notes and I forgot to mention it in my review, but I don't know if any of you else noticed this if you watch Tron. Did you notice the dubbing was off? Chat. Who saw Tron Ares in IMAX? There is multiple scenes just like in Madam Web, where the ADR, the dubbing is off, and it's mainly from Greta Lee, especially in the beginning. Straight up, words don't match what she's fucking saying on the screen. This is a Hollywood production, a major Hollywood, and it wasn't the film, because everything else synced up right. But there is multiple times where you could tell she's ADR. They have her head to the back of the screen, and they had to like fill in some dialogue. But the goddamn dialogue was out of sync. Vera from the Fuck My Life podcast with Ryan, that'll be on probably in a couple hours. Great YouTuber. I was 11 when I would notice this shit when I was 8. Let's give a little more respect to 8-year-olds. Let's give a little more respect to 8-year-olds. That's the kind of stuff they used to care about, though. They used to not dumb down shit for kids. Or stuff for kids was just more sophisticated when we were young, and we fucking put bubble wrap around them as a society. Except, of course, when it's time to grum them, go check out Vera Dark. Great channel. Luckily, her enunciation was off. It was terrible. I don't think enough people watched it to notice it, but I promise you, I saw it, and it went in my notes, and I just didn't bring it up in my review. Yeah, I mean, that's where I usually am. I am like, am I going to do this? I'm going to check out this new Hollywood thing, or am I going to fucking break open a book I've read, Elric or Conan or Harry Potter, and that's usually what I do. Am I going to watch B5 for like the 11th time this year? Probably. That's an honest answer. I like that. But I thought about that when you brought up Madam Web, Yamada. Regarding world issues, with great power comes great responsibility. Stop building bases in the Middle East and around the world if you want America first. I am sure you understand what I mean. Cena M for $219.99. I could not agree with you more. We're like this. We're like this on that. You are not wrong. I absolutely agree. Stop meddling. Stop putting fucking bases in the middle of places we shouldn't be. Could not agree more, Cena. We're on the same page. Son is such a violent, disgusting person. He should have been banned years ago for how often he calls for violence upon others. That's that too. He calls for violence on like blood in the streets for capitalists. Listen, this motherfucker. I know it's kind of, listen, I don't care if it's cringe. Somebody rolls up on this motherfucker, he is going to fold. He'll fold like fucking laundry. He'll fold like laundry. He's got no spine. It's pretty easy to pick out that this guy's so fucking insecure and such a fucking pussy. Get all jacked up you want. There'll be some. We don't want to call for violence. But let's say hypothetically he gets in the ring with Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde would beat the fucking shit out of him. I don't think Sam would even have to train like he did before. You could just, there's certain people you can tell. It doesn't matter how jacked up they get. It's what's up here. Okay. It's how tough you are. Hassan is a Muslim. He's not even supposed to have a dog since dogs are unclean in Islam. Well, not to everyone. I know Muslims that have dogs. Ram Bam 3000. But if you want to get like hardcore and if you want to go over there, yeah, they treat dogs like shit. They do. Syndic for $5. I never understood the fuzz about dogs, but I finally got a dog for the first time ever this year. Now I understand. I love my doggo. He's super smart. Dogs are super smart. Unconditional love. They're awesome to have around. They love having you around. And we don't deserve them. We do not deserve them. Hail Gary, Tron Ares wasn't, but it wasn't bad. Turn your brain off. Enjoy the orgy of light and sound with all the Disney slop. It's just nice to get back to the grid. Jingle those keys, baby. But they didn't get back to the grid. Tanaru, they didn't get back to the grid. They were in, so the Encom grid for a little while, and then they were in the Dillinger grid because they killed the Encom grid. They were in the Dillinger grid for a little while, and then they went to the original grid, which looked cool. It's cool. But everything that could have made that impactful was just nothing, because you still need a story. 8-year-olds need a story. 15-year-olds need a story. 20-year-olds need a story. And 56-year-olds need a story. And what sucks is our standards are getting lowered so much because things are so much worse now. Yeah, I love Tron. I love Tron, but Tron is a Flynn family story as well, and they got rid of that. But it is terrible. It is utterly terrible. But thank you, Tanner. Good morning from Oz. I was playing catch up on 1/2 speed. Just got through the room tour and store display methods. Brilliant principles for any business, in my opinion. Thank you, Aiken. $7.99. Cheers. I didn't know who Hassan was until this video. He's a piece of shit. Beardo still sucks. Beardo skips leg day, but he's nice to dogs. Okay. He's nice to dogs. That commie is just a retard shepherd. A retard shepherd. Surely the world is full of retards. It is, Diego. Gary, what is a movie you originally disliked or hated but came around like an even love? That's happened a couple of times. I'd have to think about it, though. But it has absolutely happened. Where it's like, I think I appreciate that one more. Okay, I didn't hate it when I saw it. I thought I'd hate it when I saw it, but Constantine with Keanu Reeves, I was convinced I was going to hate that movie. I was absolutely convinced. And I walked out of it going, I like that movie. And I recently watched it again, and I like it a lot more. But one that I like, fuck this movie, and then went back and liked it. I can't think of it right now, though. I'm watching 5 hours behind, and I had to leave and come back. I meant the movie Generations. Oh, the movie Generations. Oh, I think I'd rather watch the movie Generations than Kurtzman Trek. I still would, as much as I fucking hate it. Audiobook screeched to a grinding halt because I had a lot of work to do. It'll be back. I'll be back to it this week. Just playing a Star Trek Voyager Across the Expanse demo. It's promising. Need that after the Academy trailer viewing earlier. Yeah, it was bad. Benji the Sultan. Hey, Gary, just curious. What do you think? What if Jar Jar Abrams had ended up with DC? Do you think he would have been as bad or worse than Gunn? I don't know if he'd have been worse. I think he would have been just as bad. Day 46 and still no Red Rising, says Mad Dog. Oh my God. Now he's counting days on me. Like I do on George R. R. Martin. All right. We're going to wrap it up there. I'll do another stream later this week to catch up anything else, but we did catch up on Friday and hopefully all these, but X-Ray Girl had to leave. X-Ray Girl had to leave an hour ago. Holy shit. All right. So thank you everyone who left a super chat and donation. You help keep the lights on. Thanks for watching FNT. Thanks for hanging out here for 4 hours. And I'll see you tomorrow on Real BBC. So y'all have a good day. Well, before I let you go, let's see who else is streaming. Anybody? 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 I don't see anybody. Matthew Marsden is streaming. You can go check that out. Otherwise, I think watch Fuck My Life. FML at 9 p.m. Central, Vera. But watch, yeah, go. I don't know if it's on her channel or on Ryan's channel, but go watch that tonight. I'll be watching. And everybody have a good day. Ciao.